Families and loved ones of the officers who are no longer with us to read their names.
Brian David Sicknick.
guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought,
by the military-industrial complex.
Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals.
What you got there, Joel? What you got?
I got a shoe that I have to eat.
Did you notice the writing on that shoe?
Yes, it says NFS.
Look at that. NFS.
You with your,
That's a rather big shoe.
you with your fancy 3GS video capabilities.
Nice.
All I can do is take pictures with my little 3G.
Oh, you're so jealous. Stop.
Any gum on it, Al, or dog do with grass?
If he,
It's got shoelaces even.
it's got shoelaces.
That was me.
But other than that,
Any dog poop
I
on
don't
it.
think there's any tongue on the bottom. That's the next shoe.
Look
We'll
at the
upgrade.
stitching. How did she do the stitching like that? It looks stitched and everything.
So you like it, Joel?
If your wife needs to go on some kind of business.
Oh, where's my button? Where's my button? There we go. Good evening and welcome to the American Awakening PFC Bergy reporting for duty. Hello, everyone. You like my background stuff there? I've been working on that for a while. 7 p.m. I don't think, well, I'll leave that up there. Why not? I got very, very important things I'm doing right now. It's going to be a long night, my friends. It's going to be a long night. I'm going to do a review tonight of this person's, a former Torian, who did an interview with somebody else. It was actually, I found it actually quite compelling. I don't know who either of those people are, although I may. I'm horrible with names. Everybody's like, oh, Bergy, you know. Dude, you realize how much fucking weed I smoke? Cut me some slack, would you? I love how everybody's like, oh, he's a deep state asset. Are you fucking kidding me? If you only knew how absolutely retarded that is. And by the way, I'm trying to bring that word back, so don't give me shit. We need to bring back the days of tropical thunder. You never go full retard. Everybody's so politically correct. You know, what happened to the days of tropical thunder when you could go in blackface and not be a racist, and you, you know, you could. Good God, what's happened? I know what's happened. And that's what I'm trying to fix right now. I think that's a big part of the problem. Good evening, Hip. Hello. I told Hip earlier, I'm like, hey, man, everybody's like freaking out on me. Everybody is freaking out on me, calling me an asset and attacking me. And I get people like, I want my money back, my support money back. And I'm like, so I sent a text just as a joke to Hip. And I'm like, you know, Hip, if you get pissed off at something or you don't agree with what I say, you ain't getting those spices you sent me back. In fact, what you'll get is a middle finger emoji with a picture of me sitting there cooking spicy chicken. and missing parts, you ain't getting the weed back. Unless you come here. Yep. If you were sitting in my shoes, you would probably do and say the same thing. I mean, shit. What the fuck? You know, even I was attacked on Christmas. Even countries at war with each other take a time out on Christmas, right? And so when I saw that shit happening and being attacked on fucking Christmas, and that's okay. If you don't like someone and you want to sit there and speak out about them, that's okay. But if you're supposed to be like a friend or a supporter or a follower, and you just hear, something that's misinformation, disinformation by somebody, and you start attacking me and accusing me of shit, it's fucking Christmas. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, fuck you and block you. And by the way, anybody who says, oh, I can't believe Bergy would do that. Seriously? In fact, but I also like to point out that I was actually like with that deal with Riley. Did anybody actually read the text message I said? I put out, listen, I didn't even put this part out, but we had, I had issues with Riley several weeks earlier, and I told her, listen, stop. My phone is off limits for you now from texting. If you got a question, like as a journalist or something, you do a great job. Send me a text or reach out to me. But, friends don't just sit there and continuously attack friends. I actually looked at her as a friend, not and that was my mistake, right? Not as somebody working towards the same thing. And so, I put out that I am unfollowing her. Not that I'm blocking her and I'm trying to, take her speech away. I literally put on there, Riley does a great job, but she's been just, pushing this stuff on me. It's just become annoying, almost abusive. And I don't want to listen to it, right? I don't want to, if I follow someone, every time they post bullshit about me, it's going to fucking pop up, and I don't want to see that. So I said, listen, I'm unfollowing her. And everybody explodes. Oh my God, I can't believe you would do that. Unfollow Riley, you're a horrible person. You must be a deep state asset. And then fucking Riley, who has been sitting there clearly putting out shit in chat rooms for quite some time, talking shit about me, which I don't know why, because she was like so nice to me. Over the phone and in text messages. And in fact, like November, right? I have this beautiful all-in-one PC that I had bought last year. I didn't end up using it. It moved over here from the office. I'm like, it's worth about $800. It's never been used. You figure out a way to get it to your place, because she was saying how her hard drive was full up and her computer was breaking all the time. And I'm like, Riley, you do such good work, man. You figure out a way to get that to you, because I'm not going to spend $100 in shipping and then find a box and stuff. I said, pick it up, whatever you want. It's like an $800 PC. It's all yours if you want it. It's like, what? Now I've got these people, the same people, she'll post these fucking texts and shit about me. Is she going to post a text where I'm like, hey, Riley, you do such great work. I'm sorry that you're having trouble with your stuff. Can you please put that, I doubt she's going to put that out on there, right? I just don't think so. It'd be great if she would. But what they do is they put out information like a text message without providing full context to the text before it or after or whatever. I don't know. She does good work, but, I don't attack me on Christmas. If you want to be a friend, be a friend. If you want to be a journalist, be a journalist, right? You cannot be both with me. So, like I said, I got a great show. Oh, fuck. About 45 minutes, things are going to get interesting, I'm telling you. This thing kicks ass. This is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very interesting. I got a great show lined up. I don't know. I just took a bite of that during the show. It's not about fighting, Brad. I just have, Brad, okay, hear me out. How can I not mention this? And I thought, I actually like to think that I'm actually talking and saying this in a very nice way, not being mean or, I mean, you know me. If I get pissed off with someone, I'm going to be pissed off. But literally, I still have these people. Riley's posting shit, and then Tori takes it and posts it on her site, attacking me, right? I can't allow that. I have to speak out, dude. So whoever says no fighting, I'm not. Just cut that shit out, or stop posting misinformation, disinformation that other people are going to be using, right? People that you don't, that you say that you don't even like. Look at her shit. People are sending me her stuff, Tori's stuff, and it's just all Riley stuff. And Tori loves it. And you're going to see why she loves it when I play this video, because she does the same thing to these girls as she does to me. That's why I'm going to let them do the talking tonight, largely. I am going to chime in when appropriate. And 10 o'clock, we got... then at 10 o'clock, we got Congress coming back into session. They almost got McCarthy there. He's like this close. And I am not sitting here as a McCarthy fan, but I am sitting here as a Matt Gaetz is a dishonorable piece of shit individual. I'm in that fan club. And I don't trust anything he's saying or doing. And so I speak out about it, right? But just to finish all that stuff up, listen, tomorrow I'm flying. For anybody who knows, Bryn's like, what? You're flying? Oh, my God. Tomorrow I'm flying to San Francisco. I have to fly as much as I wanted to drive. A, I can't afford to drive. And B, my sons turned 16 on the 11th, my twin sons. So I got to try to be back. Although I do have a standing authorization from the boys that should I have to delay coming back by a day or so because I'm potentially meeting with like Elon Musk or somebody or the people at Twitter. They're like fine with that. But tomorrow I'm heading to San Francisco. Going to meet up with Scott Bennett and then on Monday, we are going to try to meet with executives at Twitter. We'll let you know how that goes. We'll keep everybody updated. Don't lick it at the Twitter office. I don't know. Maybe I can pick up like an espresso machine or a beanbag chair. That'd be awesome. I'm flying, so I'm going to have to buy weed when I get there because I can't show up at Twitter without weed. That would be awful. And if I drove, I could have brought my fucking robot skateboard, which I would fit in beautifully in San Francisco, cruising around on that. I'd look like one of them. Start jerking off or something on it, and they'd be like, he's from San Francisco. So it's an important mission. Let me show you something. I don't actually have this ready. I'm going to pull it up because it's important. Let me do this. Patrick P. shit. Let me do this here. Has anyone ever heard of POSSE, Posse Comitatus Act? Hands, if you've heard of the Posse Comitatus. Posse Comitatus. What we're going to do is... Jesus. We'll go there. No, here. U.S. code. Oh, Patrick Pichet. He used to work for Google.
Google. Same response, sir. Patrick P. Shit. Patrick P. Shit.
Same response, sir.
Okay.
Used to be with Google.
So,
Used to be with Google.
and this, it's like shit. Now I had this all sized up for the other thing, and now I got a different size here. So let me do this.
Patrick P. Shit.
Patrick P. Shit. He used to work for Google.
Patrick P. Shit.
So,
Used to be with Google.
so 18 U.S. Code 1385. Use of Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Space Force as posse comitatus. Whoever, except in cases under circumstances expressly authorized by the Constitution or an act of Congress, which we know Congress can't do shit, act of Congress willfully uses any part of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or Space Force as posse comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws shall be fined under this title and imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. Did I delete that? No. The person that directly connected to both of them is President Trump, and he's on the receiving end of it. But yet you never hear this man's name.
General Jones. That's the guy that heads up Clear Force. That's the guy that took ShadowNet and made it what it is. That's the guy that reinvented ShadowNet to create the magic wheel at the DC courts to make sure that they get the most compromised juries,
Totally false. Or
put together
unverified.
for anyone that they didn't want.
When General Jones was tapped as the chairman of the board of Atlantic Council to replace John Huntsman. Atlantic Council. One of the first orders of business that he did with the Atlantic Council was to create a partnership with Facebook. Right? That happened a month after Mark Zuckerberg sat in front of Congress.
Yes, I mean, they did not want their information to be sold to Cambridge Analytica by a developer. And that happened, and it happened on our watch. So even though we didn't do it, I think we have a responsibility to be able to prevent that and be able to take action sooner.
So, as a month after they do that, excuse me, sorry, Facebook partners with General Jones at the Atlantic Council to restore election integrity worldwide, right? So, the best out of 7 billion people on the planet, Mark Zuckerberg picks the owner of the ShadowNet.
President Donald Trump and Mike Pence both ran ads on Facebook that included a symbol of an upside-down red triangle. Facebook today removed the ads.
Facebook has taken action against what it calls harmful misinformation from President Trump. The company deleted a post by the president that included a false statement.
To restore election integrity worldwide, we all know that he was directly connected to Cambridge Analytica through Cygroup and Wikistrat. So essentially what they did was they partnered with Cambridge Analytica again. Oh my God.
This also explains why Facebook went to Atlantic Council, aka Jones, to fix
AKA Jones. Now let me do this. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. One day ago. You're starting to get a lot of it out there now. Let's do this one.
The first Twitter files of the year exposing more of the company's relationship with America's intelligence community. Journalist Matt Taibbi reporting how the FBI largely twisted Twitter's arm into finding post-election Russian collusion that simply was not there, causing a, quote, PR crisis in 2017. Now, Twitter eventually evolved into creating its own Russian task force to combat what it deemed to be misinformation. Joining me now, Competitive Enterprise Institute Director of Center for Technology and Innovation.
I don't want this. Hold on one second here. Is this it? Okay.
Now to another release of the so-called Twitter files, an effort to reveal censorship at the company prior to Elon Musk taking over. They have newly released emails suggesting Twitter helped wage a propaganda campaign in the Middle East at the request of the Pentagon. This is just the latest chapter in Musk's campaign to pull back the curtain on questionable conduct at the
Pentagon.
social media giant. Our Joe Khalil explains both sides of the story from Capitol Hill. Joe.
Good morning, Adrian. So this is part 8, as you mentioned, of these Twitter files.
No relation to Fang Fang.
Pretty serious
I don't think.
allegations of a double standard. What they allege, according to this reporting, is that the Pentagon and the Department of Defense were operating dozens of essentially fake Twitter accounts with the purpose of spreading American sentiment, pro-American sentiment in parts of the world like the Middle East, Russia, and China. Now, Twitter has a very explicit policy banning governments from doing this kind of thing, but the Twitter files show that not only were Twitter employees aware the Pentagon was doing this, they were actually helping in getting some of these accounts more traction. So this round of Twitter files comes to us from the independent journalist Lee Fang, from his Twitter thread here. And he was very open about the fact that Twitter gave him files and access so that he could do this story. Now,
see this. The same day CENTCOM sent the list, Twitter officials used a tool to grant a special whitelist tag, essentially provides verification status to accounts with a blue check. Without a blue check. Now, what's wrong with this, my friends? What's wrong with this? Well, one of my jobs when I was in Iraq and actually when I was here, right? Let me do this. When I was here. When I was here. There.
What you got there, Joel? What you got?
I got a shoe that I have to eat.
I've got
Did you
a
notice
shoe
the writing on that shoe?
What you got? I got a shoe I have to eat. I love it. I don't know if you can see it very good here, but I think Joel is wearing a Dynology shirt. Maybe not. He oftentimes wore like NetApp shirts and such. But that was my boss, Joel, right? You can literally go to my LinkedIn page and see that Joel was my boss, right? And that was at for Dynology. And actually, this was when I came back from Iraq. And this is when I came back from Iraq, and I was working on a contract for Dynology supporting the JMISC for CENTCOM, Joint Miscellaneous. I wonder if I have... I'm going to have to go studio mode, Bergy. No, I do not. Oh, well. I was kind of hoping I had that. What is this? General purpose full... studio mode off. Yeah, I was kind of hoping I had something there, but I don't. But this was at the Dynology's office, 2010. I was there on the contract from 2009 to 2010. Right? Now, Tori puts out literally on the same thing. She's literally, while she's using Riley's text messages and emails to attack me, she then puts out that, Shadowgate had nothing to do with me. Really? It was named after ShadowNet, you moron. So then she says, none of this had, and then she's like, oh, I've already got this information from Twitter. Really? I'd love to see the documentation on that. If you know, like she's saying that she has it, but she doesn't, right? And by the way, I want to, why would anybody listen to anybody? Why would you listen to me? Don't listen to a fucking word I said or I say without going, hey, how is he backing this up? And you go, oh, well, he just showed us a video from 2013 on Facebook. And by the way, you can go to my Facebook and see where I've been and see what I've been doing the whole time. I'm not running around making all these claims that I'm a super spy and I can't fucking show you what I was doing. No, I put it out there. I filed it in a key tam, right? And that key tams kind of seems important because I got one of the things that we're going to go into in the video a little bit later is the one lady, I can't think of her name. The guest referenced my name along with Tories when it came to people trying to get people to sign up on lists and such. And I'm like, well, I've never done that to my knowledge. You would have to literally show me the document or the interview I was in or something, right? Kathleen, thank you. And by the way, Kathleen seems like a very knowledgeable individual. She knows like that one of the things one of the reasons I want to play this all the way through is to show that there are like people out there that make sense, like Robert's Rules of Orders and things that make sense. And she got involved apparently on, again, I don't know who these people are. I'm repeating what they're saying, but she got involved in politics on the local level. And when she got in that, she goes in there and she's like, shit, this place sucks. There's no Robert's Rules of Order. There's no order. It's like chaos. And by the way, that violates the law. The law says you're supposed to have like these directors and stuff. Very common sense individual that is like, wow, that's kind of like what you want, right? But it's not what you want if you're Tory. I mean, if I went in there, that's what I would do, right? And by the way, I have gone in there, right? When I say I have gone in there, in 2004, I ran for supervisor of elections in Pasco County, right? I didn't do it because I thought I was going to win. I did it because I was an IT guy and I was a Democrat. And I was looking at the election in 2000 and I didn't like that, but okay, right? Apparently it's okay to not like how an election turns out. Although I didn't like it, I actually respected it. Even though I didn't like it. But, I knew I wasn't going to win, but I saw this huge threat with what I perceived as a huge threat being touchscreen voting machines. And so I ran for office. I ended up with almost 18% of the vote with running against a 26-year incumbent who had just switched from Democrat to Republican. Oh, and by the way, Pasco County schools, boys and girls can actually use boys and girls rooms now. Isn't that spectacular? That just happened a few days ago. Because for the last 5 to 7 years, they just had one bathroom that was for every, whatever you want to call yourself. Right? And you know who made that decision? You know who did that? Kurt Browning, the guy who ran against a supervisor of elections in 2004, who had just switched from Democrat to Republican, and who the Republicans could not take unto their bosoms fast enough, right? And so they're like, oh, Kurt Browning, nothing to worry about here, because we'll chalk up a win on the board, and that'll make us look good. And so they bring this 26-year incumbent Democrat in as their election supervisor, the Republicans. And I warned Republicans, and I was running as an independent with no political affiliation, not a Democrat, Republican, or even an independent. I had no political affiliation. NPA. And but I ran against Kurt Browning. Sure enough, Kurt Browning is the one, when he Kurt Browning ended up being tapped as Secretary of State. He then turns around and orders all the touchscreen voting machines banned across the state that he fought for and I fought against, right? Holy shit, that costs the state $75 million. Should have listened to Berg. That's when the whole state ate their shoe, but okay. And so the whole state ate their shoe. There are going to be a lot of people. I should go into the shoe bakery business. I should go into, because there's going to be a lot of people eating their shoes. A lot of people that, you know, that said, hey, you know, Bergy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, or Bergy was wrong, right? But you know what? In the end, you know what?
And we're only really here because thus far, you've been right.
People, you say what you want. I didn't know who Tori, Millie, Gavin was. I didn't know what fucking InfoWars was. Again, go to my Facebook page. I was overseas, away from my family, away from my home, protecting our country, both in uniform and then later as a contractor for almost 8 years, for 8 years, right? With 1 year back in the States, where you saw I made the guy eat his shoe. That was it over at CENTCOM with J-Misk, which is why I am a fact witness to this. I come back to the States. I didn't know what the fuck InfoWars is. You think I'm sitting over in Itaewon, South Korea going, oh, I wonder what Alex Jones is doing today. Are you fucking kidding me? How does that even make sense? I mean, think about it, right? And so I come back to the States, which is what I've said so many times. Hell, I'm almost certain everything I'm telling you right now is written in this book in 2017. Not like, oh, Bergy's changing the story now. My story's never fucking changed. I'm not an asset for someone. Are you kidding me? What kind of broken person mentally just makes that shit up, right? A guy that spent 7 years overseas, away from his family, away from his kids, to just so blindly and insanely say, oh, well, you know, I'm pretty sure he's an asset that set up the whole country. Are you fucking kidding me? It's a horrible thing to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand how horrible it is to turn and put out lies and misinformation and disinformation on someone you can so clearly see has made so many sacrifices to his country? There was a point in our nation when it meant something. When I enlisted in 2005, at the age of 39, turning 40, the first 40-year-old in the history of our country, or Fort Benning, to turn 40, which I literally wrote a book on. To sit there and just to make these fucking accusations without any evidence, or to take a fucking out of context comment that I make somewhere and to turn that on someone. You got to understand how bad that hurts. And that's why my responses are almost immediately, fuck you, you're blocked, right? And if you can't appreciate that, then you probably don't believe me. But if you do believe me, you probably look at that and go, wow, okay, that kind of makes sense why Bergy responds this way. Because he's very bitter for people making up lies, for people like fucking Tori doing what she's doing to good people. These people that we're going to see tonight, I don't know who the fuck they are, but they're good people. They love their country. They want to do something good. And they're attacked and they're lied about, right? In the same fashion that Riley's doing to me. Do I need to pull the pictures up of me with my fucking daughters on my shoulders? On my shoulder? At basic training? What's it going to take for us to get our humanity back? What's it going to take for us to just stop attacking people? I don't know if we can. Social media has just fucking destroyed us. But I'm 57. I just turned 57, and life used to not be like that. You used to not say things about that about people because You didn't, because chances are, if you were talking to someone, they were like there. This never existed before social media. So now we got Tory saying, Bergy didn't have anything to do with Shadowgate. Shadowgate was about her, not me. And I got Riley out there saying, Stone doesn't even know who Bergy is. Shadowgate had nothing to do with Millie's arrest or anything. And by the way, I'm like, I don't know if it does or it doesn't, but I kind of think it does based on all the things that I kind of think it kind of likely does based on all the evidence I have. But can I sit there and say it is? No. So what do you want me to do? Say you win? Okay, you got me there. Bergy, you were, this is all just made up. Just admit that you got played. Well, how do you know what's in my mind? Are you a fucking mind reader? Because actually, there's, I don't look at it like I got played. I look at it like I spent several years in cyber warfare, psychological warfare. I came back to the States. I saw what was happening. I didn't know who was doing it. I just knew that it was illegal and it looked like the same people and the same stuff that we were doing before that I recognized. So I'm like, let's figure this out, because I went to the Department of Justice. You have the verifiable documents online, right? There's so many. It's in Shadowgate. The verifiable document that I filed with DOJ in 2015, which cost me my job, $120,000 a year, right? Oh, Bergy's just an asset. I fucking gave up my job as opposed to just going along with a lie, as opposed to just, let's just give this guy access to classified information because I'm worried about losing my job and he's threatened me with it. So instead, I filed a written complaint and my life was fucking destroyed for that. So anybody that says, Bergy this or Bergy that, fuck you! You getting the point? You can be a good person and I can say, fuck you. Both things can be true. Because this shit hurts. And then to be just jumped on by everybody that says they're your friend on fucking Christmas. Are you kidding me? Friends? Supporters? Oh, I want my $5 back that I've been giving you because I couldn't figure out how to log in and cancel it. And now I'm a bad person. I'm an evil person. Somehow running the cabal from my office, smoking weed, washing my laundry in a sink, and then drying it on a dryer, because I don't just take the money that comes in and buy myself a new washer and dryer, right? I take it and I buy an airline ticket to go to San Francisco and hopefully be able to convince executives at Twitter, and hopefully this guy Lee Fang, who I don't trust any more than I can throw Tory, right? So I'm serious. Jesus Christ. And fuck you, Tory. And so I want to be able to get in there. I want to be able to talk to them, and I want to be able to say, CENTCOM can't be doing this. This is illegal. It was my job on an IIA contract to make sure that we had compliance. That's why I say, right? I know it's illegal for the military to do it. No one's figuring that out. Everybody's like, oh, Hunter Biden's laptop. No. Everything about Hunter Biden is going to be political, right? It has zero value other than political. It's the crackhead son of a president, makes president look bad, therefore he's a bad president. I get that. Shadownet, component of Shadowgate, not the grifter Tory shit. Please separate that out. Like when I play that video there, she makes a comment about jurors. I don't know. I never worked with jurors. That's just something Tori made up. Tori took my story, spun her little grift off it. She's never provided evidence. I can show you emails saying, Tori, please provide me evidence. That would be awesome if you could show me this. And then she just, no, nothing. Just makes it up. She lies all the time. Remember that video I recorded her with in New York when we were at Rudy Giuliani's fucking apartment at the Marriott that he had us shacked up at? Ooh, that doesn't sound good at all. Right? But we got to get going on this because I will talk forever. This is going to kick in about probably 30, 45 minutes. I want to get started on this. God bless these ladies. They probably fucking hate me. I guarantee you, the people that I'm sitting here saying are good people, they got mixed up, and they remind me a lot of myself, right? And yes, it can be true that the same things that these people say about Tori and how they got involved and what their purpose and what they wanted to do, the same things that they say about Tori for them can be true and can be true with me also, along with the fact that I worked in cyber warfare for years. So separate, differently from them, differently from Riley, differently from pretty much anybody else. I'm not here to do a podcast. Fucking the second this gets public to where the DOJ takes it over, the DOD takes it over, media does their job, Fang here does his job. That's not going to happen. But the moment that happens, I'm fucking pulling the plug on this shit or finding somebody with a much nicer face and boobs and shit than me to sit there and maybe try to get my information out about 5G and other things that I'd like to talk about. But until then, this is my focus, right? Nothing Tori talks about has ever been my focus. Nothing Millie talks about has ever been my focus. Nothing Flynn's talked about has ever been my focus. Nothing Burns talked about has ever been my focus. Nothing Lynn Woods talked about has ever been my focus. In fact, almost across the board, everything that they've talked about, I said is ridiculous, stupid bullshit, and it's not going to work. And that you're not going to accomplish what you're trying to achieve until you focus on the main issue, the control of the narrative, which is done through what? Through the relationship between Atlantic Council and Facebook. Oh, restore election integrity worldwide. Great, General Jones. Hey, what did you do with the shadow net I built you, which was literally designed to destroy the integrity of elections? Oh, I don't know, Berkey, but we'll be okay with that, right? No, ask questions. And every time you attack me, every time you discredit me, you're protecting Twitter, you're protecting CENTCOM, you're protecting Tori, Millie, Gavin, all of these people. Every time they attack me to discredit me, to cover up for their bullshit, they are allowing the bad guys to get away. And in the end, I'm either going to fail or succeed. And I'm not going to fail because of me not trying. I'm going to fail because the people who said that I could trust them and the people who said they believed in me and were supporting me would just so quickly turn on me. That's how I'll fail. And if you want to laugh if I fail, go ahead. But it's not me. I'm fine. I got my VA disability and shit. I got, I'll make $50, couple $100 maybe a month on my books no matter what. Right? It's you. It's your kids. It's your job with clearforce.com. When did Tori ever mention clearforce.com? Never. When did she ever provide actual evidence? Did she work for ClearForce? No, I did 8 years. You want to see the tax receipts? I've got them. It's so important. It's my mission, not as an asset for anybody. If you say I'm an asset for somebody and you do not have evidence other than out of context messages or actually completely fabricated messages, then fuck off, because you are a threat to our nation, in my opinion. You are a threat to humanity, because I believe in my heart this is a threat to humanity, that we're going to fucking destroy ourselves. And it's not hard to really put that together. And on that note, enjoy. The person
this.
that directly
Come
connected
on,
to both
we'll
of them
let
is
this
President
play,
Trump,
actually.
and he's on the receiving end of it.
Remind
But yet
everybody.
you never hear this man's name.
General Jones. That's the guy
Fuck
that
you,
heads
Tory,
up Clear
you
Force.
piece
That's
of
the
lying
guy that
shit.
took ShadowNet and made it what it is. That's the guy that resold, reinvented Shadow.
Okay, you just saw it actually right here. Did Tory provide that? No. Could I have been sued? Possibly for intellectual property things. Possibly, but I actually have a legitimate use for it. I helped create that. Right? What are these people talking about? Tory, you know, she's like, oh, ShadowNet had nothing to do with this. Oh, Twitter's got nothing. This is everything to do with it. This is what the original prototype that they are almost certainly using. This is the original iteration of what they are almost certainly using at the Atlantic Council to block Trump's shit, to target target people, to collect information on their audience, their appeal, their personas. Target is the actual target, and you create a target there by putting whoever your target is, and then you select your persona. Who do you want to be? Who do I want to be? Right? What fake person or even real person, but acting for them or something. Who do I want to be? Oh, we can drop it in there. And now we collect all of the information. Hey, what's the PSYOP objective? What's the PSYOP argument? What's the PSYOP objective? These were things that were sold commercially. Right here. This was created for a capability, which I'll never speak of, if anything, that may or may not have done with it in Iraq, Afghanistan, overseas, completely where it would be legal, but you have to be really careful, my friends. That's kind of my job was, one of them. But no, this is what they used to sell, promoting it for influencing elections, influencing policy. Now we can go back real quick before we start them up, because we're going to have to fire this up anyway. Scene's already up there. We can go back to here and just remind everybody, this is why, this is it, right? Pay attention, my friends. Pay attention. Hey, thank you, Trump's next wife. I appreciate that. Pay attention. This is it. U.S. Code 1385. And I am a fact witness. This is how. I mean, should this be a conversation? Oh, and by the way, they'll try to use, I believe, when this comes out, you're going to find that they tried to justify their use of PSYOP on American soil. Because, by the way, you can't do it on American soil, right? Even if, okay, let's say Twitter was a foreign company or something. Yeah, but if Twitter had servers on American soil, which I'm pretty sure Twitter has servers on American soil, your fucking PSYOP can't reside on that server without like an act of Congress or redoing the Constitution, which I believe would also require an act of Congress. So we could just go with an act of Congress, which they seem kind of busy right now. I look behind me, 10 o'clock, Jesus, right? We got wars going on. I'm sitting there watching this this stuff today earlier, and it's like, holy Jesus. The Pentagon was speaking, and they're talking about all the Bradleys and everything. The C-Rams. No, those are kind of rocket mortar. The MRAPs, right? The big tanks. Shit. They're talking about that, and I'm like, these dumbass Republicans who say that they don't want this war, every moment that they're incapable, every moment that either McCarthy is incapable of providing leadership to get this taken care of, or these dumbasses and these fucking lying con men grifters like Gates are stalling are stalling him getting into or seating a Republican as in the leadership position, then the longer that they're going to be sending these fucking tanks over there, people. So, okay, I'm getting off track here a bit, but please. So, this is Land of Confusion, Part 8. I have not watched Part 1 through 7, but I almost assure you I will. Might even be something I'll do sitting at the airport or something. Excellent thing here. All right. So again, I don't know these people. I'm not supporting them. You can see their link. I'm using this under copyright disclaimer. Oh, hey, let's do this. Hold on. Mr. Bennett's calling in. Mr. Scott, I'm like, you're live right now. All right. So, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
So you're live right now. I'm in the show, and I got you right up to the speaker, but I wanted to say, let you say hi, and that I'm excited about meeting you in San Francisco. Say hi, Scott.
Well, it is good to be with you, brother, and I look forward to kicking down the doors of the deep state like Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Well, we'll work on that analogy. But I see where you're going.
Here's Johnny.
Right? But at any rate,
I think it's going to be very, very interesting. The truth will always prevail, and I don't think anyone has more of a passion to present it than soldiers who have sworn an oath to the Constitution. And
right.
I think the time is now. And you're either on two sides. You're on the side of truth, or you're on the side of lies. You're on the side of covering this all up, or you're on the side of revealing it to all of our country and holding all of those who are criminally liable to full prosecution, exposure, and any other punishments that may be due to them.
right? So I couldn't agree more, Mr. Scott. And you worked with the JMISC, and although what happens at the JMISC stays at the JMISC. Am I wrong in saying that my work with the JMISC is almost certainly or suspiciously likely to have been connected to the CENTCOM backdoor communications to Twitter and Facebook? Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. As someone who worked at the JMISC myself, I can confirm all of this.
Okay, can you hold on 1 second? Well, you just said something. I got to play a little bit here. 1 second.
Yeah.
Here you go.
We're only really here because thus far you've been right.
Couldn't resist that, Mr. Scott. And we're only really here because thus far you've been right. I played a video today. It popped up on my Facebook timeline, right? From 13 years ago in Tampa when I was working the JMISC contract. And it was a video, you got to check it out, where my boss had insisted that I was wrong about something. And I was like, no, I know I'm right about this, right? It was an NFS issue with Symantec. And I stuck to my guns, Mr. Scott. And this guy who's like an engineer and just so much more education than me and smarter than me, I knew that I was right, right? And so he's like, listen, Bergy, if you're right, I'll eat my fucking shoe, right? And so in this video, it just so happens that another coworker's wife makes those little decorative cakes, right? And I turned out to be right, and we baked him a cake that was shaped like a shoe, and he ate his shoe in that video, and that was my time at the JMISC, working the JMISC contract for Dynology, right? Yeah. So we're fact witnesses to something that I can't say for sure happened one way or another, right? But I can say for sure there's a lot of evidence that supports it. And if those emails are true and any communications have come up between CENTCOM and Twitter, then that is a violation of law under 18 U.S. Code 1385, Passe Comitatus, right? Yeah. Right? I mean, you can't psyop Americans.
Yeah, the military are not empowered under Passe Comitatus to do anything that law enforcement does, and this is, this is an example of an extreme perversion of what the military is supposed to have been bound by. It was when we were there. And for some reason, Obama changed everything and created a culture where they thought it was okay to do psychological operations on the American public. Well, everybody in uniform that was part of that needs to be stripped of their uniform, stripped of their rank, stripped of their pension, and imprisoned for violating the trust that the American public.
Well, let me tell you exactly, Scott. Let me read this real quick. Just a paragraph. Whoever, except in cases and under circumstances expressly authorized by the Constitution or Act of Congress, willfully uses any part of the Army, Navy, Marine, or Air Force or Space Force as Passe Comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws shall be fined under this title and or prison not more than 2 years or both. It's against the law.
Yeah.
18 U.S. Code. So we got some work to do. If I haven't heard anything back from Fang yet, so big surprise, right? But
we will handle them, and I can't wait to see you when you come out here. I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to hang up now, and
sounds good.
Look forward to doing a good program. Take care,
Mr. Scott. I will talk to you later, boss. Out here.
God bless you. Bye bye.
Nice. That was totally a random call. Although I was gonna fucking schedule it and do that. I wasn't even. He just calls. Maybe I talked to him about it, but it would have been we never can prove it. That was nice. So let me do this. We got about 20 minutes before this sucker's gonna start kicking in. I bet. Has anybody been looking at the time? Oh, I got time here. What do we got here? We are. Oh shit! We're 1 hour into this. Really? No, we're coming into 1 hour. Yeah, we're 7:59. Guys, let's take a fucking break before we jump back into the video, and we'll start it right off. And then we'll go from 8 to 9. And we'll go to 8 to 10, walking through this video. All right? Wow, look at that. We did the time right on time. I did that on purpose. That was completely planned, of course, right? Nobody's buying that. I'll see you guys back in 10 minutes. I hope to see you because this is freaking good. This is going to be some good stuff, my friends. I love you. If I don't see you, I'll see you again soon.
They never make the same mistake twice. They make it 5 or 6 times just to be sure.
Houston, we have a problem.
Michigan, Georgia. We're going to step away from this right now. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on your...
Oh, that was perfect timing. I wanted to take that down because it's not the right. The Freedom Stream's not up. till it comes back up. Thank you, Thomas Schoenberger.
The internet is not something that you just dump something on. It's not a big truck. It's a series of tubes.
Patrick P. Shit. Patrick P. Shit. Used to be with Google.
He used to be with
Used to be
Google.
with Google.
Same response, sir.
Patrick P. Shit. Patrick P. Shit.
Same response, sir.
Who used to be with Google. Who used to be with Google.
Used to be with Google.
Oh, Patrick Pichet.
P. Shit. Patrick P. Shit. Who used to be with Google.
Nice.
Same response, sir. Same response, sir.
Patrick P. Shit.
Oh, Patrick Pichet.
Patrick P. Shit.
Nice.
Used to be with Google.
Same response.
Patrick P. Shit. Patrick P. Shit.
Same response.
Nice.
Used to be with Google.
He used to be with Google. Nice. But I got my studio mode open, which is actually how you should be doing it, but my brain doesn't work good enough to run the two windows there. And I'll like click something and think that you guys are already seeing it.
Patrick P. Shit.
And you won't be seeing it yet if I do that. So I can eliminate the stupid mode. I put it into stupid mode.
Patrick P. Shit.
All right, guys, listen. I am going to... Oh, and by the way, you know, I go to turn up the volume on it just as he's done. I don't know if you've been paying attention today, but the January 6th stuff, right? And I don't really have a lot of time to go into it, but all we're talking about tonight really is January 6th. Everything these girls are talking about tonight is January 6th. Everything I'm talking about was based around that. In my opinion, it was just an abject failure in leadership on the Republican side. How can you deny that? Sitting here all day listening to the president, President Biden and Nancy Pelosi, just, you know, say how horrible of a time it was and how, oh my God, the insurrection, oh, it was like just fucking demonizing the MAGA movement. I mean, you guys fucked the pooch on that one. I was MAGA, I kind of am, you know, but I've never, that wasn't me. That was a bunch of freaking grifters that kind of took off with the show, and now we're all screwed, right? We're all tied to these people like Matt Gaetz, who's still out there grifting, putting Trump up for, you kidding me? That would never happen, and if it did, our country would just, nothing would get done. It would be pointless, right? Learn to lose. It's actually, there's actually honor in that. Sometimes things don't work out your way, but when you are in a constitutional republic, you have to go by the Constitution, right? Even if you don't like it. And if you don't, I'm going to fucking make sure you do, or do everything I can to make sure you do, because that's your damn responsibility. Now, to these two nice young ladies who, like I said, almost certainly hate my guts, but yet I have nothing bad to say about. I think the host is adorable with her little Wednesday pigtails. I appreciate the fact she's got the balls to put herself out there. There's risk to that, right? I'm being attacked by like Riley, who is a fake mask, and she never wants her picture, and I wouldn't do that. I would never expose who she is. She's like a mom, and she has family. She wants to protect that, but And I told Riley for a long time, you should do like what this person's doing, but she won't do it because she's made that decision, right? Instead, she'll just hide in chat rooms and, destroy you with misinformation and disinformation. But, I appreciate and I applaud this girl here for doing this show, right? I bet you she could do like a Wednesday dance too, but she probably wouldn't. Nice tapestry, by the way, on the back. That looks Persian, I think. Possibly. Silk Road, like Thailand. I'm not sure. Beautiful rug though. And this lady over here, she's got the little red, white, and blue wreath, which provides that round symmetry that I like. And actually, she seems like an intelligent person that like knows the rules and shit. And God bless her, right? I can't speak for either of these people, but I agree with them. So you can hate me agreeing with you if you want. Good luck. The optics on that are going to be awkward. I'm telling you right now.
I'm so happy you're here. I'm going to play that clip at the very end of this podcast, but I think for everyone, including myself, I haven't gone back to watch it. I just remember it happening.
She's not going to play that clip. I think we all remember that clip. Who needs to really see? We don't really need to see Tori in this, right? So far, I've I think maybe, I haven't even seen, I don't think I've seen really an image of Tori the whole year. So that's good with me and probably for all of us.
Like for everyone to hear her story for herself, and then we can all watch it at the end and decide for yourself, looking back, if you still feel the same as you did. So anyway, please just dive right in and tell us your story, how you came to know Tori, how all of it.
Okay. Well, it was pretty easy. COVID happened, the lockdowns 2020, as we all know. I was a mom. I have 4 children, so the school measures were ridiculous. They quarantined my daughter in September of 2021 illegally. So I decided to, start going to the school board meetings. And there I ran into a man named Joe. I don't know, is it okay if I say his handle?
Yeah, I've been saying handles and first names, probably just to be safe. We'll leave out last.
Okay. It is Bocephus Bones, which a lot of you, if you've been in New Ohio on Tori, you
ain't getting this back, missing part.
Bocephus. Everybody seemed to really, really like him, and I do too as a person. He lives in my city, but he was an administrator of Tori Says. He started in 2020. He started listening to her podcast, I believe in 2018, but I'm not going to quote him. And he helped set up New Ohio. New Ohio, I learned, is the template for all of your state groups. She came to Ohio in 2018 and did a podcast, and it kind of jumped off from there. So I have a little bit, let me see what it says. So September 2021, I joined. He got me in Telegram, never used Telegram before, didn't know anything about the app. It was just, I didn't really know anything about it.
Can we all agree that Telegram sucks with their fucking notifications and shit? We'll move on.
So as I get in this group, and me and Joe start working together, the administrator, on school board initiatives, I am then following the Tori Says New Ohio chat, and I'm helping, put documents in and stuff, but not really participating. So going towards what month was it? I think it was May. Going towards May. This is September. Tori in January ran for secretary. Decided to try to be as Secretary of State for the Republican Party. She got kicked off. February, she filed as an independent, I believe, February or March. She filed as an independent candidate and got on the ballot. But her initiative on New Ohio turned from researching and gathering data and working towards initiatives toward.
Real quick, somebody mentioned about Ashley Babbitt. I actually kind of wouldn't disagree with you on that. Wow. She's prior military and stuff. Oh my God! If we found out that this was if we found out that CENTCOM, JMISC, Fourth Pog, we know people from Fourth Pog were there. This one girl ended up getting thrown under the bus. I reached out to her, little cutie. What's her name? Help me out here. I know she. I can look at the menu, but I can't take an order. She's young, but. But no, I reached out to that girl. She responded, or she we were friends, but I was like, hey, can you help me out with this? And then I never heard from her again. So she probably got message, I'm gonna guess, from and this is just my guess. I don't know. I could be nobody to. I am nobody to her. Or I could be I could have struck a nerve, or she could just think I'm batshit crazy when this guy was with Tory, or who knows. But very good point with Ashley Babbitt. She was military connected. If this was, an operation, a backdoor operation, if you find a single tweet by one of those anonymous accounts that have the blue check capabilities or features, but without the actual blue check. If you find one of those has been getting elevated, and it pertains to, let's say, Antifa, or let's say Proud Boys, or let's say exactly what I was talking about in the documentary Capital Punishment, right, with Nick Searcy, who now hates me. But that's because he chose to throw PFC Bergy under the bus and go with General Flynn and these other fucking grifters. But in the end, what's going to happen to Nick Searcy? He's going to eat some chocolate shoe. And the shoe that Nick Searcy eats, it is going to have dog poo on it, right? So we're going to find one with a dog. We're going to have his made with a dog poo. All right? So not out of dog poo, but there's got to be gum or dog poo on Nick Searcy's shoe. But he's going to eat his shoe. Because why? Why?
And we're only really here because thus far you've been right.
Out of all the negative things that happened with Shadowgate, that button wouldn't exist if I hadn't have done it. And does anybody actually believe that Millie, Gavin, or Tory would have been in D.C. working with Patrick Byrne, working with Giuliani, or any of these people if it hadn't been for Shadowgate? Does anybody? I mean, is that a legitimate thing? I think it is, right? And so we're gonna continue. I'll babble.
Towards her Secretary of State run. Joe, because we were friends, I was helping him as was his brother, saying you have to organize this, you have to do better. You're not going to really get anywhere. So that's when he started making the Zuckerbucks groups and the he did an education one to follow legislation, all the little.
No, real quick. Okay, Zuckerbucks, right? Oh, Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, you mean the Shadowgate, Mark Zuckerberg, restore election integrity worldwide, right? The restore election integrity worldwide, what I believe is an influence operation ran out of Atlantic Council by General Jones, my former boss, of 8 years. So I kind of should be able to, I should be somebody that you would respect. And it's not like me sitting there saying that, me being Tory, sitting there saying that I worked for Brennan. No, I mean, this is absolutely verifiable. 10 ways to Sunday. It's been verified 10 ways to Sunday. But I just, Damn it. Help me out here. I lost that thought. That fucking Rice Krispies kicking in. Okay, we're going to go on. I'll think of it and come back. Yeah, he's running the deep state.
Subgroups off New Ohio to see if that would work.
He's the
Well,
kingpin.
It did. People started organizing and sharing data and doing calls to action, and as soon as that started, gaining a little bit of traction, it was only about a month.
He's the head
it
of the
was
deep state.
Immediately attacked. He was attacked personally. This guy that has helped them from the beginning, which you probably know this story, was attacked and is a character and everything. And he and I had a meeting.
Wait a second.
Actually, I have.
Hey, CF Neil, you aren't asking me for receipts, are you? Because if you want receipts from me, just go fucking watch Shadowgate, right? My documentation was in there. DD214's proprietary documentation that we've shown online and that was actually used in PSYOP the Steel. So yeah, if that was meant for me, seriously, you're just putting out misinformation and disinformation, and I don't, it's like, what do you, see if Neil, if that's the case, are you like literally, why are you trying to help the fucking deep state? I don't know.
Have this April
I can't
3rd,
speak for you.
2022. I had a
That's
meeting
just
with
stupid.
him, his brother Eric, and me and another individual, and we just had a chat because they were doing these Green Tavern. Have you ever heard of those?
Mm-hmm.
I have
The
not.
Green Tavern,
Green
Okay,
Dragon Tavern.
meetups. But people
I
in
haven't.
our region wouldn't show up, or they would show up.
Wait a second. I have never heard of that tavern thing, and I'm supposed to be running the deep state. So, fuck. Note to self.
And then we would have this meeting, but it was not productive. It was, and I only went to 2 meetings of the Green Tavern just because I was into other stuff politically, so didn't really have much time. But Joe is my friend personally, so I was like, I'm gonna go. Me, I don't want to say this. I don't want to say this as a negative.
Oh, you're
to
the
anybody, but I
Eric she's
don't
talking
follow
about.
People. It's just not really my person. I've always been
Hi, Eric.
very just me. And if I want to do something, I don't really allow people to tell
She
me.
seems to think
what
you're a
I can
nice
or what
person,
I can. If
I
I think
believe.
something is gonna work, I
Oh.
just do it.
And Joe seems like a nice guy.
So that started happening. The meanness, the calling names, and I'm just.
Can we just stop here and say that, okay, so Eric, Joe's brother, is in YouTube right now, right? And can we just stop here and say that right now, this nice young lady who was friends with you sort of got some heat or some trust issues with you guys. And can't you see that I have the same thing, right? They do this to us on purpose, Joe and Eric and Kathy and Ashley, if I got that right. Right? We got to just see that. You guys, come to work together. You sound like you guys work better together than you do apart, right? Sounds like America's better off with people working together like that than fighting against each other. And I should practice what I preach. Hey, Missing Parts. I should practice what I preach. It just sucks sometimes. I hope you guys understand that. It's very personal sometimes, right? Especially when people that you super trust. So, Joe, work that out with this young lady, and I don't know who she is. But we have a lot more in common than y'all think. So I'm going to let him continue.
I'm just not that person. So we met on April 3rd, and we decided to go ahead and start forming another group, and it was called Grow. And you have those texts about our establishment of that in the announcement.
Can I ask a real quick question? So before you started Grow, you're in the Torrey, Ohio group. What was the meanness? Like, what was you don't have to say who or what, but like, what was the point or why were they claiming?
Oh, I
to
can
be
say who
mad?
and what. I mean, I have screenshots of all the group members they deleted out of New Ohio, and they have deleted some affluential people in Ohio from that group, calling them what is it called? Not insurrections. What is it called?
Influence or
Insurrectionists?
Sabotage. It's like to sabotage. Psyops. They are
saboteurs.
They
Infiltrators.
Are the establishment. They're spies. I mean, you think of it in a way of being deceiving. They were called it. Their characters attacked by their liars about what they're saying. If they're claiming something negative against the group.
Yeah, right. We do this to ourselves. Look at what happened to me. And they do this on purpose. If anybody believes for a fucking second I'm the deep state, Jesus, there's no help for you.
Even though they come with facts, proof, and I'm not a lot of people want proof. You know what I mean? If someone tells me that you're something, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, show me. You did this, you did that, and that never came across. But I mean, they got dirty, and dirty to the point. So we broke off from. We didn't really break off from Ohio at the beginning. This is where it gets a little tricky. We had a relationship with Joe had a very close relationship with Tori. He was friends with her.
So
he reached out to her, and I sent you those.
Joe's in the
screenshots
crowd here, so I'm just gonna say I'm certain this is almost certainly plutonic. Tori clearly honeypotted me, but nothing ever happened. Dear God, if you can, say that I'm the biggest fucking grifter in the world, right? Say that I fucking stole millions and millions of dollars. Just do not say that I slept with Tori. I will fucking kill you. That is a lie.
And said, we want to unite. We want to, make New Ohio work. We want to, grow the local initiative.
That's
start
good,
in our
Eric and
backyard,
Joe.
like we did at the beginning, before all of this nonsense.
Real quick, on the Twitch side, Joe and Eric says they talked to Kathy. Everything's hunky-dory.
And she agreed.
I'm glad I could be of service.
Right? She said, I want to meet with you, Eric and Joe.
Had nothing to do.
With me, Eric, and Joe, and discuss what our initiative is. And my thought was, because I was establishing a business, for profit, not for profit, but a business that, we're not going to do the mean stuff. We are doing local initiatives. So if you're on the Zucker Bucks and you want to do Zucker Bucks in Hamilton County or Lorain County, that's fine. But we are not doing the federal push. We are doing run for committeemen, run for this.
Oh, Jesus, that Rice Krispie, I'm telling you.
Our understanding was you're going to have a meeting and they were going to just send people to us.
You ain't getting that Rice Krispie back, Ms. Bart. That's for sure.
I got a hold of Nick because there was little, talks between us four, and it just wasn't making sense on why we would go with that.
Tori the
you know what I mean?
dickhead.
We were successful doing what we were doing in our local initiative, which was reforming our county central committee. We did it. Well, we didn't do it. We tried to do it. We were almost successful, but we saw that there was a potential.
See, she's like way more assertive and shit than me. She's like a leader type thing. I'm a fucking private, right? PFCs, we could do it, but there are always better choices.
To get down to your county committees, your party committees, and reform.
It'll get done.
Tori then lost when we said no thank you, and we said very nicely, and I sent you that screenshot, no thank you.
No thank you.
Nick, it was over at that point. And this is in April, right? So for 2 months, there is this infighting.
Yeah, and once it's like over, Tori goes into fucking sociopath, psycho, mental kill mode. Not generally with herself, although I was a very special exception. I like to think I was one of the biggest burrs Tori has ever had in her side. And I intend to remain there as long as I can. I would say being a pain in her ass, but then I'd have to say I need to remain in her ass, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to stick with pain in the side, which I plan on remaining.
Between New Ohio members and Grow. And we started calling New Ohio No.
Her.
New Ohio No. I thought that was a little catchy.
That's clever.
Even though I'm not with Grow anymore, and that's that we'll get into that. But so they basically told members, and this is where I drew the line with them, that I wasn't going to participate in their nonsense, is that if you decided to do grassroots initiatives with Grow, you could stay in New Ohio, but you were not allowed to be a part of any of the call to actions. You weren't allowed to be a part of the social networking. You were just allowed to be in there. If they left you in there, if they didn't block you for some reason, calling you a conspirator against them, or a psyop against them, or an infiltrator.
Oh my God. Did she just list off every fucking thing that happened to me, like, since Christmas? And by the way, I wasn't even looking at this shit because I was, like, enjoying Christmas with my family and shit. I just came on, like, about a day and a half later. Oh, let's check what's on fucking social media. You know, I've been, like, watching movies and shit because I never get to. I've just been, you know, the website, everything just consumed every bit of my life. So I'm like, I can't run the website properly. I can't provide like support, tech support and stuff for people. I can't check 1,000 emails that come through, and one will say, oh, can you know, I can't get logged in. If I don't see that and they can't figure out how to get logged in or reset the password, which that's always worked, then, you know, then you have problems, right? And I don't have a customer support stuff. So I chose, rather than to be a grifter, once I got like all the orders cleared out, I chose, except for I still got, but the order Hill Country Bumpkin and Brins are not in the system. So once I got all the orders cleared out, I just shut the fucking website down, right? In the next like month or so, right? Freedomstream.tv, because it's all built by scratch. In order to be able to continue to do subscriptions and memberships, which, Bergie's just grifting and stealing our $5 a month subscriptions. In order to be able to even do that, I have to renew $500 in licensing for the two. The membership and the subscription. So at $5 a piece, I'd have to have 100 subscribers, which I didn't. I had like maybe 15, 20, 30, maybe 20. You realize how long that doesn't even cover the $500 for just the licensing fee for the subscription thing. And I got this fucking, God is my witness. I've got someone texting me, a friend of Riley's, right? Oh, you were mean to Riley. She's fucking texting me, threatening to take me to court because she couldn't figure out how to unlock her password and stop like a $5 a month thing. And now I'm the worst person in the world. You know, it's like, he's got to be really threatening me to take me to court. These are like what fucking Torians do. Ugh. Sorry, we're going to continue.
Trader. I hate that word now.
Glad I got that off my chest.
It's lost its meaning entirely.
So me being me and Joe being Joe and Eric being Eric, we, of course, fought right back because she was more upset that we took about 60 of her best researchers with us. Not from New Ohio, and we were fine with New Ohio, be in whatever group you want, you know what I mean? Use free country, but yeah, she was a little upset about that. So she gets on a radio show, it starts, Tiara's, what is it? Tiara show, he says it.
Titles and tiaras.
Tiaras, yes. I'm getting a shirt that says like a big tiara, and I'm putting the shirt on. Because she's the biggest title wearing the tiara. It's the Tory train, it's the Tory show, and we're all just here, you know? So yeah, so April 23rd, we form Grow. They start attacking us. In the meantime,
They start attacking
people
them.
are approaching us like very upset because Joe specifically.
And it doesn't seem to me like this girl is like doing anything bad, right? It's like, you're supposed to, Tori is nobody without the people that support her. And so if she's out there telling her supporters that she needs their help, not just money, but out there filing shit and doing all that, which have I ever asked anybody to go out and start like doing stuff for me? No, never, ever, 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 ever. Please show me where that is. And it doesn't exist. And so, and I think everybody knows me 100%. So everybody knows I don't do that. In fact, when I filed my key tam, I'm actually very proud of this. You will see, you can look on my key tam under petitioner. It says, petitioner Patrick B. Bergy, on behalf of the United States of America. God is my witness. Go check it out. It's the coolest thing in the world. So instead of, like Tori does, having all of those people put their names out there and doing all of that, which, as I said earlier, I'm a fucking PFC. I can't organize like this woman right here, right? Right? So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. We'll move on.
Specifically,
I'll never get this
very,
done.
very close relationships with these people for 2 years. 2 years. I mean, and he led them. So he felt a personal responsibility for the mess that they're all in right now.
Yeah.
Because he met them on a personal level. Yep. So we leave. I say, you know what? Leave her. We were going to leave her alone. We were going to leave her alone. Tori, go do your Tori thing.
How does she vacuum the rug behind her? You could probably do it. Well, there's no Roomba I'm aware of.
And I don't, let me go do my thing. Let me go do yours. From April to June, she decided to just, every couple episodes, she would throw in a dig, or she would say something about Grow, or I don't even know who these people are, but she would continuously talk about us on her podcast, which if anybody watching here is a member of New Ohio, you know who I am. And I shared those texts with you, like the statements that they put out and stuff. And Joe has more. Joe has a lot more, which I will put you in touch with him.
Can we all agree to grandfather Kathy in to like the holiday ornaments and stuff after New Year's? We'll grandfather her in. It's only the 6th.
So it just makes me laugh for a second when I start thinking about all this again, because it's been so long and it's just been like a never-ending battle. So in June, a group called We the People.
Eric's like, she called my brother and I white supremacist. Do you realize the shit she said about me? And there are people out there that legit, God is my witness, they're spreading the shit that I'm somehow working as an asset at Tori's. Jesus H. Mary and Joseph. I consume a lot of THC, and just the thought of me ever, that's just like, really? What are you on?
Which is not I'm not promoting We the People of Ohio at all, just FYI. Just don't do it. Talk Moody. Easy. And I'm saying her last name. She deserves it. That lady is insane and whatever. But
I will fully acknowledge, okay, and perhaps me playing this video is vicariously apologizing because they handle this optically much better than I do. I will agree to that. Everybody out there that says I do this wrong, I'm going to fucking agree with you on that. But I can show these ladies and try not to interrupt as much. And they actually, what they're saying is like what I'm saying, only they're just saying it nicer.
he held up an event in Avon, Ohio. It's online under We the People of Canton with Laura Logan. Laura Logan invited 3 people that were election integrity professionals and decided to hold a forum, ask them questions.
They did send monkeys into space, but they weren't exactly in charge of the aircraft.
About warfare and this and that and other thing. and election integrity stuff, right? So I wasn't even going to go, but a lot of the candidates that were for the May primary and the August primary the August primary, because our primary was split this year. Half of our candidates ran in May, half of them ran in August.
In just off topic post here, but on topic because somebody mentioned Laura Logan. Michael Hastings in his book The Operators quoted someone that he was on a helicopter with, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, but quoted somebody apparently of some authority that there was like a journalist with really big boobs that they were in the helicopter and had to put like warmers on them because they were fake and would freeze because it was like so cold. I don't know if that's, I don't know the science behind that. It actually kind of makes sense. But that being said, no one's ever copped to the boobies, right? My money is on, and like I said, I'm not accusing Laura Logan of this, but I'm just saying, right? You've seen those fucking life rafts. The most priceless images of 2022 was the kid, what's his name? The look on his face when he was looking down at Laura Logan's boobs going, holy Jesus, right? What Rittenhouse? Yes, right? He fucking looked down at those like, holy Jesus, mother of God. So I'm just throwing that out there. Again, this is way off topic. That the boobs Michael Hastings was mentioning, I'm going out there. My money is on Laura Logan.
I decided to go. I was actually guilted into it by my other business partner. She's like, what if you missed something? What if you don't know who's there? And I'm like, oh God, But I went and it's only about
There's only a handful of choices back then in the sandbox.
20 minutes from me. And God is funny, as you probably know.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to mess with me. So I'm there,
Fine,
kind of
me.
mad that I'm there, but I was there with a friend. So I was like, it's kind of funny. My state central committee candidate is who I was with. So it's just funny. So she was there and she told me to be on my best behavior and don't ask questions and, don't irritate people like I usually do. Because all of her friends were there and she's just like.
Does anybody remember my video? Does anybody remember my video when I interviewed Pozo January, December 14th at the big event, I think 12th or 14th, whatever that was. Jack Posobiec. But does anybody remember the video, the like 2 minutes before I went over to Pozo, I'm on video asking Gavin for permission to go speak to Jack Posobiec, promising to be on my best behavior, which I was, and then Tori came running over there, and pulled me away. But if anybody watches before that, that's what that was. And that's exactly what this chick is describing now. If you're wondering why I wanted to do this show after I saw it, I can't help you. It should seem pretty obvious at this point.
Just sit and listen, right? So I'm sitting and listening. It's towards the end of the forum. I get there at 1. There's only about 2 hours left. And I'm sitting there and I'm at a table and I want to draw you the diagram of how this was. So you could
pause and skip through. That's actually bravo on the host going, hey, let me pause this. I didn't even know I got a pause button, although I... Do I have a pause button? No, I don't even have a pause. Very good. I got to remember that.
Okay. So people could see what I'm talking about,
this.
where I was sitting versus where they were sitting. Can you hold on 1 second?
She's going to hold on.
Yeah, I'm going to pause the recording.
You pause.
Okay.
You hear that Rice Krispies?
Okay, we're back. Sorry.
She's back.
So I want to draw you a diagram. Okay, so this is my really bad
time machine too.
Diagram, okay?
Okay.
But here's the stage, right?
Okay.
You see the stage? Oh my God, no, you can't because it's falling. Okay, so yeah, there's the stage, right? You see where I said me, Laura? So you can see like how the tables are set up. She's sitting in the front.
So Tori's at your table?
And by the way, anybody who doesn't know my story, Laura Logan completely fucked me over. Completely, in my opinion, fucked Millie Weaver and everybody over post Shadowgate. That's a long story for another day. That's why I give her so much shit, because she deserves it. I'm generally a nice guy.
No. Tori's that box that I suck at drawings. Is that box right here?
Okay.
This is where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I don't think she has enough paper to draw Tori.
There's where Laura Logan.
We would have been paused a lot longer.
Sitting.
Okay.
Here's the stage.
Okay.
Right in front of me, here's me, and here's the speaker, right? It's like literally diagonal. I can see him, right? Okay, so she's standing like an arm's length away from me. My picture doesn't show. Okay, Tori Maris.
Okay.
Is standing an arm's length away from me.
Last
and
name.
me and her have been battling for 2 to 4 months at this point, because I've been arguing with her about a bunch of stuff.
See, now, if there was Jell-O involved, I'm sorry I had to say that.
So 2 to 4 months, but really battling 2 months because I left and made her mad.
Hip just threw up.
Okay. So I look over and I'm just like, what? You know what I mean? What world would this? Because I had gone in this room, circled the entire room, and didn't see her. You mean you can't miss her? So I'm like, where did you come from, right? So I'm watching this guy ignoring her, being an adult, being an adult, being an adult. I'm being an adult today, right?
Really?
I look over at Laura, because Laura Logan, the whole time I'm there, is eyeing me. Because, of course, me with my big mouth, I always comment when people.
Okay. This wouldn't be the Bergy-Bit if I didn't go, where's the Barry White? Cue Barry White.
Speakers are talking, like, yeah, you know what I mean? And whatever. So she's eyeing me. So all of a sudden I look over as when I see Tori, I look.
If I was at that table, I'd be like eyeing her for sure. Fucking Logan. Jesus. No, they aren't.
Get Laura to see if Laura's looking at Tori. And I'm really good at body language. It's scary. And I see a look between the two. Like I'm doing this, right?
Aww.
And I see that like signal, right? And Tori goes to this guy, and his name's Hertzberg. I forget his first name, but he did election integrity stuff. If you Google him, Hertzberg, you'll find him. I'll give you a link to his whatever.
So, okay, back up there a little bit. What was that little love connection that they had between Tori and Laura Logan, right? Now, without jumping to deep state, right? I mean, an attractive woman such as Laura Logan could honestly, if she'd never really seen Tori before, just see her over like near a stage or something and go, holy Jesus, what's that? So that is a legit scenario that I'm not going to rule out, right? We're not just going to go straight to the deep state. But is what Catherine's trying to suggest here, is she trying to suggest possibly that there was a past, like somebody's fucked somebody over, or there's a present, like, wow, is your deliverable filled yet? Mine almost is. What are we talking here? I do know that Laura Logan's was directly involved with Shadowgate. Again, that's a long story. She's in my book. She's in my affidavit of election influence submitted to Sidney Powell and Flynn. Oh yeah, Bergy's deep state. He's working for Flynn for sure. Oh, I wonder why they were all pissed off at Bergy. I don't know. It just
when I'm not insane.
Oh my God, people.
But just crazy. He's speaking about getting involved on a local level, getting a hold of your board of election members, and that will really affect more change than anybody will.
Wait a minute. So Eric said, so I'm thinking, yeah, Eric was there. He said Logan couldn't get away from Tori fast enough. Now, again, right? That could be like, holy shit, I've heard of this woman, get away from me. Or it could be, yeah. You know, I don't know. I do know that Laura Logan has a lot of questions that I need answers to. And so I'm a complete dick to her because she's got this huge platform, this huge audience, and she sits out there being completely dishonorable, completely distrustful, and won't answer me. Even in a private DM, which we had at one time. So, no. There's that, what Eric's talking about there, yeah. I throw out there that could just be, you know, like the same look I would give if I was driving down the road and saw a turtle crossing. I would avoid it. It would probably catch my attention. But I don't really think that's what happened. I think they actually have a relationship like subprime.
He is bipartisan. He did.
That's just my
he
opinion.
did help with the Everest report in Ohio on election integrity back in 2007, I believe it was. So he knows a lot about this. He's
Okay, election integrity in 2007. If we just not to toot the Bergy's horn, but I've been telling you this since 2004, verifiably, when I ran for office, going, hey, these fucking voting machines are a really bad idea. And nobody would listen to me. Now she's throwing out 2007. That's a legitimate time frame to have been working on this, but I'm still going to step up and say, hey, brother. Hey, sister.
He's done election integrity stuff throughout the country. He is the professional.
Again, I apologize for maybe some things tonight. The Rice Krispies are doing their thing beautifully. I'm hungry. I might actually end up eating another one. That would be a horrible idea because we got to go to 10 o'clock. But thank God I'm out of milk, or would be eating some cookies. So we're going to keep going.
Tori, while I'm doing this, asks him a random question. It's on recording. You can go back and see it. But it's a question about some issue that she usually does. And the guy looks at her, and like I said, I'm really good at body language. The guy looks at her and says, I don't even know who you are. Like, plain as day. Don't know who you are. And he looks at Laura, and him and Laura know each other very well.
Yeah.
Like, they spoke before.
Oh, is this the nice young lady that's speaking right here? She's probably pissed at me. Are you pissed at me? You people, I don't know. I don't know. I hope not, but okay. You can be. Yeah, I'm a friend. Yeah, yes, I am. I had a friend call me. Oh, okay. No, okay, no. So, wrong person. She wasn't running from Tory. I was there. I am the one speaking. Gentlewoman on the left is in the chat. So, I don't know. I'm thinking that might be her. I don't know. Wicked. We're going to have to go on. She wasn't running from Tory. I don't know what that means. See, but there's something going on with Laura Logan. I'm going to find out. But you eat an elephant one bite at a time. And Tori says that, but she got that from fucking me. And I say it, but I got it from my program manager, Russ, on our IA program.
He spoke together up front and said, like, we've known each other for years. We've done all this together. Blase. Who cares?
Oh, that's Ashley. Okay. Okay, I think that's Ashley, right? From, like, the lady right here. Ashley, are you pissed at me? Do you hate me? Or it's okay if you do. I'm still, I'm not being mean or anything, right? I'm actually pretty high on Rice Krispies right now. But I hope you don't mind me doing this. I think what you guys are doing are great. Just don't be pissed at me because everybody's fucking pissed at me. But I still got to do this because what you guys are saying are exactly what I heard and felt. So do what you need.
As soon as that
She
little
doesn't hate me.
confrontation
Yes,
between
yes, yes.
McNaris and
Okay, she says,
Hertzberg,
wait a minute here.
Laura stands up, and I mean like out of nowhere, stands up and she's like, "You."
Wait. Ashley does not hate me. I don't think, and as long as I've been doing my show, I've ever used the applause button. That is the absolute first time.
Can't. I might be a little out here, so I'm sorry, people. You can't say that to these people. They have done everything the last year and a half to help our grassroots initiative.
But I am going to need to know how you vacuum that rug.
I mean,
That's some other
ridiculous.
point.
She got this entire room like up in arms, all sorts of questions. I mean, it came from, you know, you don't know what we've done to this is all controlled by the NW. I mean, it's insane, right?
And like the you don't know what we've done, does that mean like the Tory groups or?
I can't help that.
No,
Or
this is
Laura?
every political candidate that is running in the August primaries. Probably not everyone, but majority of them are in this room. Not like heavy hitting Republicans, but the grassroots individuals.
Okay.
You know what I mean? This was our grassroots movement event. One of them, one of many, but a really big one, you know, because they have Logan, Morris.
And I'm sorry, but this woman does not have like MIC money written all over her, does she? Does she have like deep state money written on her, or does she look like somebody who wants to fucking do something?
Here to save the day, you know?
And
She
she's like playing her hand and disrupting this whole situation.
Could be. I don't
There's
know.
more to expand on that one.
Don't think so.
Without giving too much away. But so she gets this whole room up in arms, and they're already running past their time. So the venue then comes in very quickly and says, "There's a wedding going on out back.
Oh Jesus!
You all need to leave now." And I mean, they were like, "Get out!" And this is a good 100 people in this room, right? That are, you know, and the poor speaker, like as much.
Wait a minute, Laura Logan almost got kicked out of. I'm sorry, you guys were getting kicked out. That was a horrible thing. I'm not laughing about getting kicked out, but I'm like, Laura Logan was there. You would think like, excuse me, I'm Laura Logan. I'll go handle this. I was with CBS.
But even if he's a part of all this, I feel bad for him. Nobody should be accosted like that at an event. So me being me, I look around, everybody's yelling, and I see Tori standing in the back, making a cup of coffee. And standing.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
By the way, to Tory fans,
easy.
standing next to Hertzberg, not speaking to him, not conversating to him, not anything. She was actually eavesdropping while she was on a.
There had to have been some cheese or seafood very close by.
Locals chat. She was eavesdropping, making a cup of tea or coffee or whatever, while he was talking to the event coordinator.
Lobster.
And they were like literally, here's Tori, here's Hertzberg, here's the event coordinator. You know what I mean? These two are talking, she's making a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I, of course, see her vulnerable. That's just my instinct. And approached her. My first question, and everybody please listen, my first question to this woman was, "Do you remember me?" Quickly said yes. Good. You remember me. So I'm not going to be the crazy lady yelling at somebody who doesn't, not yelling, but discussing something with somebody who doesn't know me. So I'm like.
Which, in fairness, we do now know her as the crazy lady, I believe. So I'm just saying.
Tori, what's your issue with Bro? Then she.
I was batshit Bergy on the Kevin Holly show when it originally was on, so I can say these things.
Points at her phone, shakes it, you know. I'm like, I don't give a bleep about your phone. What's up with you and Bro?
Oh, she bleeps her
You claim
YouTube.
to be grassroots. I know you can't hear it in that locals because I'm loud. Because she started to get loud with me, and when people get loud with me, I just get louder. I'm like, you claim that you're grassroots. You claim that you want you spread local change, but then I establish a grassroots organization, and you know what it is. And now you inhibit it. You tell people they can't be a part of it. So she goes to her argument. This is the Tory argument of the season. That's not even my group. I have chats between her and other members. That is her.
That was like, that's not even my group.
Her group. And I have the chat that says, do not own this group because it makes you vulnerable.
Huh?
Liable. So yeah, so that's where we were at with Tori with that. She attacked girl. I ran into her. So as I'm walking, so let's get back to Hertzberg. I tell Tori, you're full of it.
And by the way, try not to let me go over. We got like an hour. I'm not going to take a break till we need one. We got like an hour until Congress resumes.
Ending that conflict, I say, Tori, you're full of it. You're full of shit. You know what I mean? And I go right next to her and I shake Mr. Hertzberg's hand and apologize to him.
I don't know who that is.
For the way that this group acted towards him. Okay. And that he's right. Oh. It starts at a local level because he is right. You need to know your local, your county board of election members, and they need to know you. And in a nice, professional, these are people, professional manner. You can question in a way where you're not attacking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And these people are people. You have to understand that at the end of the day. So I said this to him, and I said, but it's people and grifting POSs like her, and looked, and I mean, they're standing like this, that make people do the things that they do like this today. And he said, he smiled, and he said, what's your name again? And I said, Kathleen Beyer. You can use my last name. You don't have to bleep that or anything. She says it enough on her podcast. And he's like, thank you. And I'm like, you're welcome.
And again, can we just take a moment, and not everybody can do this in their lives. You don't understand. People do not understand. This has got to talk here. You got to understand, when you put yourself out here like this young lady is, the Wednesday girl with the pigtails, and Ashley, I'm kidding, and Kathleen, you put yourself out there, these people will go after your jobs. They'll go after, and any attempt that you make to separate yourself from them, they'll be like, buy your book, buy my book, buy my book. They'll do everything they can to discredit you with misinformation and disinformation so that they continue their grift. Why would anybody with a legitimate purpose or a legitimate mission ever behave like that, right? So if you're ever looking for a justification, now people will say, Bergy, you block people sometimes. And by the way, I didn't block Riley. I just unfriended her, right? She has her thing private, right? My Twitter is completely open. So you can't see any of her stuff or her conversations if you aren't like a member. And that's okay. But my stuff is completely transparent out there and open. If you don't, and again, I cop to a lot of it not being the most artfully done or said. But there's a lot of personal, it takes a lot of guts to do this. All right? That's where I'm going with this. So we need to change the entire environment. Don't know how we're going to do that. We can start by stopping or exposing the tactical coordinated operations that we now know are going on through our own government, CENTCOM, through our military, right, which is illegal, posse comitatus. And again, wasn't Scott great knowing that? And I get it. People are like, oh my God, he talks with Scott Bennett. He talks with Mike Jaco. He talks with Nino, right? And by the way, just on a personal note, Nino's a fucking badass, right? He was like a world heavyweight boxer. Mike Jaco, he is legit as far as military. He taught SEAL Team 6. And this has been verified, right? So all this other stuff, I love his wife. She's fucking awesome. I got to smoke weed with her one of these days, and that's going to happen with Mike Jaco's blessing. He knows I'm nothing but an honorable man. But just a spectacular couple. And he goes off on some things. But he has me on his show. He gives me a voice, right? Even at his own expense, even though it's going to jeopardize people that he networks with quite significantly, right? And he'll be attacked by Torians. Everybody in these threads know that. That's the result. That's what happens to these girls. That's what happens to Riley. That's what happens to everybody that tries to have a voice that doesn't agree with them. And what is that? I mean, that's a cult, right? That's not my government. I'm not, trying to get Jim Jones to become the Secretary of State, the Guyana Jim Jones, or the military-industrial complex retired 4-star General Jim Jones. I don't think he should be Secretary of State either. I helped build the shadow net for him. It just doesn't seem like a great idea. Maybe there is a 4-star that would make a good Secretary of State. Not this one, okay? Can we agree?
You're welcome. And then I walked out the door. Well, I walk out the door and there's still a group of these insane people yelling, not insane, upset. I don't want to say insane. I think that's really mean. Upset, and rightfully so. They don't know the process. They don't understand. It's so convoluted. It takes so long to understand the processes of elections and systems. And that's it. People are
I
people.
get it. Yeah,
It's what they know, and that's all they know.
Yeah.
So I walk out front. People are yelling, so of course I'm listening. And all of a sudden I hear in the background, Brad, this is Brad Lynette, and we're gonna say his last name too, because he's on the lighter side of the dark side now, but not all the way there. This was his life, and she, did what she does. But she goes, Brad, do you know who this is? And you can hear that in her June 18th recording. You can hear her yelling at me. Brad, do you know who this is? Do you know who this is? And I said,
hey, real quick. I love what you're saying here, but in YouTube, guy says, Pat, do you think Jaco is legit as far as his intel type stuff, or is he simply fringe distraction like so many others? Like I said, all I can go back to is honor and integrity, right? I believe somebody that allows me to have a voice, even though I'm being attacked by all this misinformation and disinformation. Hell, I'm the guy that helped in pioneering the shadow net, right? And oh, big surprise, I'm being attacked by fucking fake accounts and shit. But, so I can't speak for anybody else but myself. And I don't even want to try. But I want to say thank you to the ones that do allow me to give a voice. And at the very least, the one thing that you can't say is that they are trying to be disruption, distraction, as far as like for any type of like they're just a part of a narrative or something. No. That, I think, is absolutely clear, right? And someone says Texas is like Jaco is BS. Well, fine, right? Have your thoughts. Jaco isn't supposed to sit there and defend me. He doesn't know who I am. I defend me. But when someone does something good like that, I put it out there and I say it. And you be the judge for yourself, right? But don't just necessarily associate me with him with me, or any of these other people. That's just lazy, right? It's just lazy. It's leftist lazy. And I was a leftist, I should know.
Brad, do you remember me? I saw you last weekend at Joe's house. You remember? I'm like, and I saw you at this meeting and that meeting, and you've seen me on New Ohio. Act like you don't know who I am. Do you not know who I am, Brad? So Brad, of course, says nothing. He starts recording me on his phone, and Brad is about 6 foot something and like very skinny. You know what I mean? Old man. So I wasn't gonna be mean to him, but I did say, Tori, I did pop back at Tori. I'm like, Tori, you know who I am. Brad knows who I am. I'm like, and once again, the grifting Tori Maris is making people write letters so they get on targeted lists
Weather.
from our ABC agencies and also get blocked, get your speech censored.
Yeah, but those are
by House representatives and make them factless and lead them towards the endless hole of nothingness and tell them nothing and let them do nothing except spew hate and just and follow the hero. And she's like, that's not true. And then so is my and Brad listens to me, and I said, I have fun writing your effing letters because I'm a little upset now.
She could have written her thesis on it.
I was just following me, recording me. And I said, Brad, you can record me. Put my license plate down. I don't do super secrets. Never have.
Hey, I stole that shitty plastic ficus. Thank you very much.
Never will. Nothing that you're doing in a public, political, city, county, state, federal matter
These people
is
think
a
they're going to
secret.
bother me.
No
It's a
document is
joke.
a secret. So the super secret stuff should be everybody's main key.
I'll leave them to do what they want until they become too much of a distraction. Or they make threats or something.
That something is a little funny. Nothing is a secret. You are not the FBI and CIA running some operation here.
Oh, go
she wants
figure.
she wants you to feel like that because it's useful to her means. But so she runs out. She then gets on. She got on locals. I'm on locals. Look like a crazy person. That's okay. But then she gets on her live because I shook her up. I mean, I scared her. If you listen to June 18th on ToriSays.com and that crazy woman she's talking about is me. I mean, she calls me a
Could have just been like she was experiencing some sort of excessive cheese rush.
white supremacist, an extremist. I mean, talk about being a Democrat. Talk about not having a conservative value.
Right.
What do they do when they don't have facts or anything to say? What do they call you?
Yep.
Those things. And I want to give a little background. I lived in Lorain the last 14 years before 2020. 14 years before 2020, I lived in Lorain, Ohio. That is the most urban, one of the most urban.
Hey, somebody needs to ask Tori why she's so worried about me going out to San Francisco. They should ask her why she's not trying to help me go to San Francisco, and expose this as a fact witness. She's just too bitter and petty to do that, right? You should ask, somebody should ask her, say, hey, Tori, why are you so damn bitter and petty that you wouldn't want Patrick to succeed in finding out this information? I wonder.
Cities in the state. My daughters went to school at Admiral King High School. They were the minority, and that's okay. There is nothing I don't want to say we don't see color because I hate that term, but we treat people, as a human.
Oh, and by the way, I don't, when I do end up blocking people, just so your feelings don't get hurt, I don't do it because I'm deep state. I do it because I think you're an asshole.
I've always in my life, and I have people to say how much I've helped their families,
Both can be
whether
true.
they are, like my dad says, we just don't like the purple people eaters. That's it. You know?
Yes,
Don't do the purple alien people eaters.
Tori does remind me of Snuffleupagus at times, and I believe he was Greek.
Or whatever. Like, that's the only people that, I don't like. But, it's just hateful. She said that she was happy that she wasn't carrying her gun. Yeah. Oh, you have to listen to it. It's telling. And it's libel as well. Because the thing here in the state of Ohio is if you have a career and the thing the person is slandering you on, you actually are liable for slander. And I just started a political business. So you are slandering my name as a political candidate.
If if she, and I don't know, sorry to interrupt this again. We got like, we're doing good. We got like 40 minutes until Congress convenes, and they're probably just going to redo it until Monday, so I think we got time. But I wonder if, I wonder if Tory has a concealed weapons permit. That could probably be queried. And if she does, how the fuck did she ever complete the form when it comes to, like, because I believe she was actually charged, she's got check fraud or something going way back. She certainly has fraud charges now that have been, she's been found guilty by 2 judges, ordered to pay like $25,000 in fines, which is accruing naturally at 8% interest. You better get on that, Tor.
For office, by the way. And you sign a form when you run for office. You know what that form is? You can't tell a lie.
Holy Jesus.
I read it as a joke. Well, not as a joke. It wasn't a joke. It was to get my name recognized in the Republican Party. Who the heck is this? And who the heck is running as write-in candidate in a split primary? Like, you know what I mean? So, but guess what? It did exactly what I wanted it to do. My name is out there. People know who I am, and they understand why.
Little marketing.
So that happened, and she did her June 18th thing, which I'm not going to go over. People can go and listen. You know what I mean? So, that happened. She, for a week or two, was talking about me, and I just kind of let Tory Maris die. I agree. I'm doing stuff within the Republican Party, working on, our state central committee, not getting overtaken by Jim Renacci, who is an establishment Republican. People Google his name. He's Jim. I don't like you, and you know it. Anyways, but so I moved on. Well, she actually gets on as an independent for Secretary of State in mid-July. The way our elections go is you turn in your signatures in May, right? As an independent. The state has so long to verify, because you need 5,000 signatures to run it as a write-in, okay? So they had to attain 8,000.
I had to get, how many was that? And I can always rack that off, but I ate that fucking Rice Krispie. 2,312 petitions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So they did their
hey, let me do that. I remembered that. I'm going to use this again.
Signature thing, and they got on, and I'll give it to her. She got on. And then the show started. Then the writs of mandamus started. Then the Frank LaRose is breaking the law started. And
pedos,
and
alerts.
I want to be really clear to people. When she's talking, please, I know it's like really easy just to listen to.
It's trying to harm my child.
Somebody kind of.
I got to hear Kathy do that voice. He's attacking my child.
Just listen. She doesn't understand the basic process of how our elections work.
Oh,
It is easy to blame one person, the Secretary of State, for election fraud.
Well,
that is
true.
the easy button.
But that's, being lazy.
We are a county-controlled form of government.
Yes.
It is your county chair, your county board of directors.
Thank you.
That are making decisions.
Yes.
On what machine, and it's your county commissioners
Duh.
that pay for elections. All the Secretary of State does, and I'm not saying Frank LaRose is innocent.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
Why can't both things be true?
No one has proven otherwise. You know what I mean? And in this country, you're innocent before you're proven guilty.
Thank you.
So do I have theories? Maybe some little nonsense. Yeah, everybody has theories, but nobody has substantiated those.
See, now listen to the way that this young lady is speaking, right? And then compare that to a known grifter, right? We need a baseline, right? Like Tory. And listen to how Tory talks. when she's accusing people of things. And then listen to how this lady's talking, and she's trying to, accuse someone by not necessarily accusing him or pointing out that, hey, by the way, these are my opinions, and, until proven. And, if this person says a lot of wild stuff a lot of times, throwing out their wild stuff about people, maybe you want to look closer at it. But when somebody approaches it like this, in my opinion, if we're going to break this down from a IT guy with a GED and 32 credit hours at St. Pete Community College, then I would say she's probably being honest.
Claims. And the way our system is operating is a county local control system. Your counties run your elections. Your county board members make those decisions. Your commissioners pay for those elections in every state. That's how it goes. And all the Secretary of State says, put the rules up and oversee those elections, right? Make sure law is followed. If the Board of Elections have issues, they refer to the Secretary of State. Now, if you have a problem with your county, if your elections, you need to get new board members, which means you need to get involved in county central committees, i.e. Steve Bannon's Dan Schultz.
Now, thank you. I don't know, but, I'm just going to have to say, Bannon, I was involved with all the people like around Bannon and stuff. Bannon owned fucking Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytica's employees sat in front of a jury that ended up finding him like Facebook a couple $1 billion. And when they said, who were you targeting? She said, we used the data on all of these people to target the demographic we called the neurotics. Now, it's not me saying that. This is that chick that worked for Cambridge Analytica, that worked for Steve Bannon. Help me out here. I'm high on Rice Krispies. What the fuck's her name? You know who I'm talking about. So we'll let him continue.
But Steve Bannon promotes it, precinct strategy.
I don't trust him.
You get county control. You take control of your states very, very quickly, within a couple election cycles quickly, because your counties, again, county control, endorse your candidates. So we need to stop blaming our governors.
But I would also say I've never been able to speak to Steve Bannon, right? Although he's quite public, and I can use my own eyes and ears to what he says. Brittany something. Yeah, Brittany Kaiser, yes. And thank you. And we'll let him continue.
Our Secretary of State's, not our legislators, because they're governors too. They're complicit, but our Secretary of States are not, and our auditors are not the only ones, and our governors and our legislators are not the only ones that are responsible for election fraud. All our legislators do is write the law. All our Frank LaRose does is oversee it and write the rules. And if you don't like the rules, you can legislate, right? You can get a hold of your legislators and change that.
Okay, someone says Bannon is a veteran, and he is. He's Navy. So, using my own words, yes. Give him that, right? So, yes. That's why I'm always kind of balanced with Steve Bannon. Yes? I try to do that with veterans. It's a thing.
Is our counties and people for the last 3 years, just because of and I hate saying the word misinformation, it's misguiding people and leading people, and it's so easy to vilify one person. It's so easy to do. You know what I mean? It's all his fault, and then all the masses at him, but it's not. And they're laughing. The establishment is laughing.
Yep.
By you doing that tells
How
us.
do you like that?
Excuse me, I have this.
She got a phone. Turn your
on silent.
come on. Turn your phone.
Tells
on.
us that you don't understand the process.
You like
Or you understand the process and your intention is not.
See, I was going to put this on earlier, right? But I didn't want to sit here and have people think, oh, Bergie's reporting this as being misinformation and disinformation. I'm like, no, absolutely. It's like completely the opposite. I'm like, hey, let this people say what I so unartfully have been trying to. But since she said, you know, don't put on the misinformation and disinformation, I had to throw the background up. We will continue.
To fix it. Just throwing that out there as
Just
a possibility.
throwing that out there.
So,
oh, Jesus.
She gets on, and I am working within the Republican Party. So I use that as an opportunity to kind of go back at her.
Well, there. Congrats. She said the chair. She supported one. Well, fucking right. Right? Nice. In you know, sometimes they lose. I lost in 2004. I'm proud of the 18%, almost 18% that I got. But it's still lost. But I learned a lot. And what you learn from this, you'll be able to build upon. Good luck to you on that.
We wrote an article that's on meanstreetoh.com. We wrote a couple of them. Her first one, Woman Behind the Curtain.
I've read this too, and I will link it below.
Letting everybody know about Tori Maris and who she is and the grit. We found out that she...
I wrote a 405-page book, and she was like 4 chapters. You got some catching up to do, woman.
Had a husband who was arrested for an incident, which...
And by the way, I'm still waiting for Tori's army of attorneys to come and fucking tell me about my book.
Is what it is.
She can't, because it's
but
true.
The interesting part about the
In
husband
writing.
is it led us to North Dakota. And that she tried to run...
Oh, Jesus. Let us to North Dakota. What was that creepy movie with...
for mayor, and then she was involved in politics there, okay? And she did the same Tory tactics. She threatened my kid. We came at her with this article. She threatened my kids. She threatened me.
You're attacking my children.
By doing that, I think it upset
Jesus Christ.
some individuals, and the Ohio Republican Party ended up basically pretty much...
If you like Google Tori Maris attacking my children, you wouldn't believe how many people have posted online that Tori has used that. She's used her child in so many threats. It's online. It's not even fucking funny.
much copying,
It's
carbon
astounding.
copying my article about her because she's smearing the state. You have to understand what she's doing. She's doing writs of mandamus, which she has not won, by the way, one case.
If I wrote my next book about Tori, it would be as thick as a fucking dictionary.
In Ohio. Well, she may have won one, but it meant nothing. But every lawsuit that she has done, even her Mayfield Heights, which put her on the map, she lost. So when this is happening, in July, she had caused division between me and the people that started Grow. So I left. But I was kind of kicked out at the same time. There's text messages you all can see. I think Ashley would make them
Just
available.
say no.
I don't need to go. You guys, if you've been through this once, you already know I got attacked. I'm a horrible person. It was a little different though because I was working with a Trump.
What is that you're drinking, Ashley? That looks like what is that Russian beet? It's in borscht. people drink that though.
I'm not helping a Trump endorsed candidate, J.R. Majewski. And these two individuals, Joe and Erica, I was working with, went behind my back, created a secret page, and took all of
Majewski. This is the Bergy-Bit, but I'm absolutely not going to touch that one.
my mine and my partner's political connections, the people that we met the last couple months in person, and put them in a private group and kept us out and called it this group grow. Our concept, our idea.
Who would have figured a guy named Madushki? Majewski was a douche.
And then pretty much told me, Eric and Joe, and this is Tory tactics, think about it. This is what they've learned over the last 3 years. I don't like what you're doing. What am I going to do? Not be a professional and discuss it and come to common grounds and understand.
That's kind of like not seeing that Ali Akbar changing his name to Ali Alexander and launching a Christian movement. You know, it's like you don't need to be a subject matter expert in psychological warfare to see that. Fucking Ray Charles could have seen that one.
You started a business and you both own the business. You, all four of you, by the way, not four, own the business. They attacked me. I'm a horrible person. On my birthday, by the way, I'll never forget it because I think I cried like half my birthday because my friend almost overdosed.
My birthday was December 30th and I was being attacked. You see why I relate to these women? I'm like, please, God.
Same day. My long time, 20s plus.
I know how you feel.
And happy birthday to me, right? I'm a horrible person and I just think of myself because I was making some waves within, and I still am,
to me.
within the Republican Party here.
Happy birthday to me. We're going to sue you.
Because that's where I believe the reform is. The Republican Party is divided. When they say divided, people think two, okay? It's not. It's 4 or 5 factions of all different special interests and who's with who and who gets what.
Actually, just throwing this out there, as everybody's like attacking me, and I'm just sitting back chilling going, fuck, man, it's Christmas, it's my birthday. I'm just ignoring them. I'm just like, hey, how's this? Just let them go, right? And just let them freaking do whatever they want to do and don't even engage, right, for several days. That worked out great, but oh, Jesus. Yeah. We'll let this get going because actually it's 9:36 and we're like halfway through this. So let me get going.
You know what I mean? That is where you win in Ohio. I don't know other states, but I know Ohio. In Ohio, that's where we win. That is the only party that we can infiltrate to the point where we can make effective change.
She said the word
Do I have to
infiltrate.
work
She's an infiltrator.
with the Ohio Republican Party? Yes. You voted for these people. I didn't. Well, I did, but I voted.
Poor girl. Someone's going to clip that out later on and say, look, she said infiltrate. She's an infiltrator.
I wanted. You know what I
We
mean?
laugh
And
about
that's our
that, but it's
democratic
fucking
process.
true.
We are a republic. That's how you vote. You vote. It's who it is. We might not like it. Do I like it? No. But do I have to work within it? Yes. But don't compromise your values. Don't compromise your morals.
Never.
And that's where Tory.
Never, ever.
Have you ever heard her say that? Don't.
It's called honor, integrity. I have my bar ethically and morally is so low, right? Y'all got to understand that. Don't ever make this about me. Make it about the information that I put out and then look at that information and go, oh, wow, this guy seems like legit. He's putting out information that have like emails and shit we can verify things with and names and LinkedIn's and Facebooks that we can verify things with, right?
Endorse a candidate. People will let you down.
Yeah.
Don't put your name on somebody. What you put your name on is, I believe this person's points. I believe they are going to do what they said they were going to do. Do I believe they're going to do every little thing? No, they're a politician. they're going to say some things and they're going to have to do some things because, you know, unfortunately, and I'm going to quote my friend here, you know, the numbers 60 every day is a math problem, and Karen's going to say it better and kill me for the way I just said it, but get to 60. And we've had state reps say that to us. And that's how bad it is. It's not what's best for the people. It's not what's best. No, numbers game. It's whipping votes. It's lobbying.
Yep.
So if you want to change, you
Yep.
can't go in there like we're just gonna wipe the slate clean and
Nope.
everything's gonna.
Nope.
This is going to take years.
Yeah, right.
And she's not telling anybody that.
Yeah.
And she's not teaching people Robert's Rules of Order, is she?
Yes. Such a valid point.
She's not teaching people how committees work, what the positions are, what the executive committee does, what their responsibilities are, what bylaws are. Is she talking about bylaws of these committees?
No, she's talking about JFK and aliens currently, but
that's my point.
Right.
They did send monkeys into space, but they weren't exactly in charge of the aircraft.
She's not teaching you how government works, and you did not learn it in school. If you know that there are 3 branches in...
And clearly, our people were overrun by the nut jobs.
government, and that is all you pretty much know, you are not going to get anywhere.
You know, I love everything that you're saying because it's weird because I originally, before I found Tori's Telegram space, I listened to her more for like a spiritual-ish kind of a thing, but I didn't consider her political, even though she talked.
Actually, may I recommend an emergency, you know, when they when they come out and like suck the evil spirits out of you, you might want to book one of those very quickly, because we've all seen her little like the devil book that she was recently talking about.
Politics is.
Oh, and Gavin's a 33rd degree Mason, time Mason, right? So we've got that going for us.
Basically just regurgitating the news and like
Exorcism,
her
thank you.
view on it. And I heard everyone sharing their view on it. I liked the other stuff. Before I got involved in that, I remember Steve Bannon talking about, was it the audit groups was the first thing that he brought up? There was something he mentioned on one of his channels, and I remember I went to these groups and I never got far. I think I jumped ship pretty quick just because, I don't know, I was new to Telegram.
It's just nonsense, some of it. I don't have time.
Exactly. But the point is, like, I was kind of...
Literally, again, Ashley, and I'm not saying this. I am saying this because I'm like you and every single other person out there. They target us. And the definition of neurotic, right, is easily patriot, right? Someone who loves their country. There are so many positive things that I was raised on a farm in Michigan that is used against us by data, right? And they literally target us using that. And I hate to say, you know, I'm not even saying it like tinfoil hat stuff. I mean, you can literally go to clearforce.com and you can see that's exactly the service that they're selling. And you can see exactly what data they're using, at least what they publicly expose. And you can see that they list almost every single mainstream media outlet as their client. And what are they selling to that client? They're selling to that client the algorithms and the use of the data, just like Bannon had, right? The same stuff, the same. I wouldn't be surprised if you would find on Cambridge Analytica's somewhere within Cambridge Analytica structure a memorandum of understanding as a subcontract to a company like Clear Force, right? So they, Bannon, these people, they literally target us for that. And we need to figure out, boom, misinformation, disinformation. But our best qualities as human beings are what they are exploiting. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Kind of heading in the direction of trying to find the people who are about the most change. And like when I hear what you're describing, it's like I haven't come across anything like that, partially because my ears have been closed, but like what you're describing right now, how simple would it be to teach those classes or to have a couple episodes focused on that and just reinforcing that and really like getting it down to the nitty-gritty level of we were talking on the phone the other day and you're like, how do you destroy a building from the top down or bottom up? And it's like you have to remove those bricks at the bottom and the building falls. And I feel like because we've put her in this political expert sphere, we've ended up doing this like hit it from the top with like we're essentially shooting bullets at the top of a building thinking it's going to fall at some point. And
that would be, however, Ashley, from a guy's perspective, a really fun way to take a building down. I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe you could use a better analogy there.
It's not without
for a broader audience.
a scope and shotgun.
And we're no further than we were 3 years ago on a real level. And it's like
And
when
how
I hear
discouraged.
and when I hear
How
you just
discouraged.
talking, like I think I've learned more in this conversation so far than I have in the entire time I've been with her. It's actually giving me a new sense of hope of like, wait a second. And then I think about the people in California who are doing this specific work you're talking about and how demonized they were. So anyway, I just appreciate you sharing all of that. It's got me definitely thinking.
That's my point. This is
It's almost like Occam's razor.
hopeless.
Yes, I've used
Well,
that
this
many
idea
times.
is that it's so confusing and difficult, and I'm going to give you a 4-hour show to describe.
You're too dumb. No, you know what? You just said it. You just said it. You just said it, and I need to say it. If somebody is on a platform and their go-to is the people are too stupid, the people are so dumb, the people.
Now, in fairness, in my own defense, I have upon occasion said that and called them retards and morons. That's like a tropical thunder thing. I'm trying to bring that back because we're too insensitive. But that being said, no.
The way she talks, and then she like beats you up. I feel like an abused housewife.
How we doing?
You didn't do good enough. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. You didn't do that. But she sat there drinking her Starbucks, eating her McDonald's, and time traveling in her Tesla.
$25,000 worth of McDonald's, according to MSNBC, allegedly.
Like, she's not leading people to anywhere.
No.
She's letting them do. Now, this is where I really want to segue into this, and I think this is a good idea. Like you said, no one's teaching anybody how to operate in government. And you start in your backyard. I'm going to repeat that.
Okay, God bless you, honey. I worked in the government for 10 years. And definitely as a contractor, which meant I wasn't in the government. I was the shit that was under their shoe. Okay. So all I can say, manage expectations, which I've said to many women before.
Start in your backyard because I don't know your backyard. You do. You know the people. You know your community as much as you don't think you do. They know you, and it's a very small amount of people. And then you change yours, and guess what? People will be like, oh my God, did you see what happened in Lorraine County? They did this, this, and this. They're reforming this, they're reforming their bylaws. They passed resolutions, which is the platform. They passed resolutions in their committees. They're pro 2A, so their legislators can't vote against it. Or we followed a bill, SB 178. It was gonna take away our Ohio department.
Can I just say, look at her throw out those numbers. I was throwing like 18 USC 13 something earlier, right? But that's only because it was right in front of me. Now, in fairness, Scott Bennett, that motherfucker can just rap all of those off out of memory. I can't.
Me and Karen, our Ohio
Private,
Department of
Manage expectations.
Education, it was going to basically make the board useless. The people that we vote for to represent us, and it was going to let DeWine appoint one person to then appoint two people to now run DO, which is the Department of Education Workforce, and basically take away the voice of the people in public education and politicize it. It took us 2 weeks of speaking out and doing videos on Facebook, and guess what? They could have passed it in a bill that would ban transgenders using bathrooms, but they had to vote against it. And we got the majority of the votes. You want to know why? Because we made such a big uproar. People were calling. Do not write. Stop writing letters. We don't read them. A staffer does. And then they write you a generic email back and they put 1-2 sentences that personalizes so you actually think they read.
Now, somebody, who was that? Oh my God. It was on Truth Social. Sorry to admit to have gone there. But, and Tori hates her. I can't think of her name. But she had done a big article a few days ago breaking down some stuff. And she used the example from a recent court opinion, Supreme Court opinion. And they said that very same thing. They gave an example of where the clerk of the courts were just told, listen, unless there's something like criminal that comes through from this individual, just throw it right out, throw it right away. Yeah, Tracy Beans, yes, thank you very much. Right, so what she's saying, you could actually reference court documents too, right? So, again, I'm not out here trying to lead anybody. That's somebody else's job. I'm just saying it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to do stuff that you know is going to fail.
Read it. And they don't. You call their office. You call their cell phones.
You know what's so frustrating? Like, I'm thinking back before I found Tori. That's what I was doing. I was calling. I was on Instagram.
Probably effective.
I actually was calling every single one on the list. I would sit outside and I would go through, and you get nervous in the beginning and then you get really good by the end. And then you come up with different arguments every time and try it on the person depending on whether they're on your side or not. Even if it's like the Republic, I would look at how they vote. I would show support. I would just call and say, I really appreciate you supporting this. Thank you so much. I just want you to know you have our support. And I was literally like recording these videos and putting them on Instagram. Like, hey, if you're nervous, you try it. You know what I mean? So it's funny that I was instinctually kind of in the right vein.
You were.
And then I allowed myself to get lost in the
Step
land
one,
of confusion.
I do want to say, since you're saying that though, step one, go to a meeting, school board meeting, city council. Just sit in the back of the room and listen and watch. And then when you're done with that meeting and you have the agenda, there's always agenda attachments, which is all the documents they don't let you see. It's their little secret. They'll do attachments. You have every right to do a records request under sunshine and get all those attachments and start reading. And you'll realize from what you're reading that day, you don't have to go back a year. You don't have to make this complicated. From that day, every month for the next, 4 months, you'll get a very, very clear picture of where your city is at or where your county is at. And all it does is go sit at a meeting or watch it from your TV if you can't leave your house or you don't want to leave your house. You know what I mean?
I think, the most effective thing from a local level is to go, and I've only done this a couple times. I'm not speaking like I do this a lot. But go to your, city council meetings. I went there once and spoke out, and I got this guy, what's his name? Mike Fasano. So pissed off, he started shaking. And he ran across the stage and grabbed the microphone out of Kurt Browning's hand. And I was, what was I doing? It was back in 2004, and I was saying, hey, I think it's a really bad idea for our county to spend $7 million on touchscreen voting machines that nobody wants and doesn't have a paper trail.
And then asking questions. Because the one thing that these people hate, any government worker hates, is what? Questions.
Questions.
And you getting the documents. And that's what we need. But that's another thing Tori does. All these people, think about all the people across the nation that are researching for her and that give her these documents. What has she done with it?
As much as I give Riley shit, right? Riley is Riley. As much as I give her shit, she does good work, right? She does good work because her mind works like that. She's like a researcher, right? And she's constantly putting things together. Now, that can be a good thing or a bad thing. You know, she's putting these threads together to try to make a rope. And, you know, if like when Bergy gets caught up into a thread, that sucks. But that's how these people work. And that's actually kind of a good thing. That is the internet in working, I think, in a good way through crowdsourcing and things like that. But then again, the things that I'm talking about and the things that I come to you guys with, right? Those things, a lot of these things are not crowdsourced from being publicly available. They are from my resume of being personally involved. And again, I'm not putting myself out there as being some fucking genius or something. But only God knows why I've actually been in these situations and can sit in front of you today and say, you know, oh, wow, we got to look at this, or, oh, wow, you should look at that, right? We'll continue.
Has she put it in a Dropbox and shared it to all of her followers?
50.
Organized?
Okay, so we got like 5 minutes. People are going into the building and stuff. We'll bring this up. I'm thinking about even taking a quick break, but we'll be okay. I wanted to get further on this, but I keep stopping and talking.
An exorbitant amount of training for the Ukrainians. I mean, it's a fighting vehicle, and it's, again, very well suited to combined arms warfare, but it's not so sophisticated that it'll take them very long to learn it. Not only to operate it, but to maintain it. And as your question, I think, alludes, there are
you guys should be able to
ways you
hear
can
that
fit
okay.
these
Can you hear
things
that
out
okay?
For the fight that you're in. And I don't know, and again, I'd refer to my Pentagon colleagues, I don't know that they've made all those decisions per each vehicle just yet.
You just asked, you were just talking about training, just to follow up on that. On Patriot missiles, has that training begun in earnest somewhere in Europe? They wouldn't identify the third country in which it would occur, but has that training begun of the Ukrainians who would use
I'm not aware that the
So
training
right now-
has
I have
begun.
one that
I
you-
certainly would
I'm
refer
sorry.
to the Pentagon for specifics
So,
on that.
I mean, think about it, my friends, and we'll we'll see about picking this up after that. I want to actually put this on for a bit when actually, we'll let that run. They got to count out like 430 some votes or 435. Jesus, I just took a civics class too, like 2 years ago, and I did so well. But what we're listening to there is, we're talking about, we're having a conversation about sending billions of dollars over to, and weapons over to Ukraine. You know what I would like to do when I go to Twitter? I'd like to find out from Twitter, again, as an actual fact witness, as someone who you could argue was actually could actually show cause, right? And I'd like to know, okay, if CENTCOM is running misinformation and disinformation, are they doing it to Ukraine? And if they're doing it to Ukraine, are they pushing against? Are they trying to stop the war or start the war? There's a difference there. For stating the obvious, right? I don't know that answer, but you know what? Elon Musk, who privately owns Twitter right now, knows that answer because he's got He's got all the DMs. He's got all of the personas. He's got that information. And by the way, okay, let's just, surprised I thought about this on a Rice Krispie treat. But let's just acknowledge the fact that, okay, I'm highly suspicious about what's going on because I held the clearance, and you always got to be careful. I'm not saying I'm absolutely saying I don't know what's going on. But as a former information assurance security officer, it's like my job, my responsibility, when I see something like this, right? To say, but think about it. Almost certainly, Elon Musk has a clearance. We know if they had communications. In fact, some of the emails that put out by Li Feng said that discussed a skiff. And by the way, Laura Logan discussed a skiff to Millie, myself, Gavin, and Robert, Karen, and Laura Logan's husband, who they didn't tell me at the time, worked for Lincoln Group, an organization I was literally exposing, and possibly even Leone, a company I worked for that I was exposing, and Shadowgate never bothered to tell me that, which is, of course, what all good journalists do, right? You guys wonder why I'm so pissed off all the time? You guys wonder why I get so angry? It's because of just this ridiculous bullshit that I see all the time. Wouldn't you? Right? Wouldn't you? You can verify every damn thing I just said. And all things being equal, wouldn't you? What do we got here?
So this is going to be quite exciting. Once the House clerk gavels in the session, we'll take it live. We'll hear if there are enough votes for McCarthy. Remember, 15 House Republicans were persuaded over the course of the day to throw their backing behind McCarthy.
Okay.
All right, it does look like, let's take this full. We do have more members coming in.
Okay. And, you know,
you can see right there.
I guess where I was going with that I failed to complete was that every minute that the Republicans are squabbling about trying to make it so that one member of the House can vote to have the speaker removed, they can call for a vote. Well, hey, you know, this is why I want to bring the word retard back. Because, you know, hey, retard, Democrats can do that too. Fucking morons. And you really don't think that they're going to do that? You really think this isn't going to be abused? Are you kidding me? And I'm not pro establishment politics. I'm pro common fucking sense. This is going to be a horrible thing that these garbage Republicans that I've been telling you are nothing but liars, grifters, and have no honor whatsoever, that I've personally engaged with and can verify factually everything that I'm saying. Matt Gaetz, right? And they're doing this, and every minute that they delay, every minute Matt Gaetz, who's, to my knowledge, never served a day in the military, he served some time, I think, for drunk driving, but that's about it. Every day that goes by, we're fucking sending more tanks and shit over to Ukraine. So, you know, was the MIC, were these retired generals running subcontractors through Twitter, pushing into there outside of the CENTCOM's channels, but using CENTCOM channels, pushing pro-war stuff to Ukraine? We know Hunter Biden was involved with Ukraine. We know all of these things, right? We know there's massive corruption. Are we just to assume that the messages that the more detailed messages aren't being given out, like as far as like exactly what they were putting out, because they're classified as secret, top secret, probably just secret. But newsflash. Okay, so that's what the Department of Defense is going to tell somebody like Fang Fang, right? And Fang's going to go, oh, we can't do this because it's classified or something. But as a former information assurance security officer with the Department of Defense for a decade, and being a compliance officer with that, I can tell you right now, it's, that was one of the things. How do you make something classified that you've posted online? Kind of makes it unclassified. Now, what you can't discuss is the dissemination process, and that's something I might run into as being hard to get, because I think we can assume right now that there were classification authorities on site requiring, actually they're called security officers, I believe, and every Twitter's going to have a security officer, that anybody that has a clearance that's providing information, and we know that they did because Fang Fang put out that they did that CENTCOM, that they were talking about SCIFs, right? Small compartmentalized information facilities. So, or secure compartmentalized information. It's fucking damn Rice Krispie.
Continued mercy
But,
on us.
right? Does that make sense?
May your anger
So
with
how
us
much
last
information
but a moment,
are we going to be able to get
and your faith
without
a lifetime.
pissing in somebody's Wheaties that I don't want to piss
Allow
in?
joy to come
Even
in
me.
the morning. And the hope found in your name we pray. Amen.
Oh, Jesus. I just feel like I need to wash myself after somebody in Congress says a prayer. It's the Christian in me. It's just like, oh, something bad, evil.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval
14th
thereof.
ballot.
Representatives
Lucky
elect are
14.
invited to join
This is
in
gonna
the
be it.
Pledge of Allegiance.
No, we supposed to do the pledge of allegiance. What am I supposed to do? What's the appropriate response there? I hope y'all stood up. What was I supposed to do? Okay, number 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Clerk, I'm honored to rise tonight to nominate my good friend, the gentleman from California, Kevin McCarthy, to serve as Speaker of the House.
All right, we're off to a good. Well, maybe we're not off to a good start. I think he did something wrong. She gavelled him. Oh shit! What's going on? Hey, that lady. One lady's got a mask. Thank God. She probably got COVID. All right, I think 14 is going to be the lucky number. What do you guys think? Well, those are Democrats applaud. I don't know. I can't tell them apart. They all look alike.
The gentleman will suspend. The question recurs upon the election of a speaker, and the tellers will please come forward and take their seats.
Does Sherlock Holmes know she stole his coat? We got to give her a little pipe in that hat. All right. How we doing here, guys? This is going to be it. And by the way, can I just be the first to say, and this is not me fucking being any like, oh, it's a cheerleader for whoever that is, McCarthy. There is not nobody on this planet is having a worse night right now than Matt Gaetz, my friend Matt Gaetz. Let us all take a moment of silence for the night Matt Gaetz is going to have when our friend Mr. McCarthy takes over. He is going to be fucking destroyed, which may work in my benefit because these people have been keeping Shadowgate from the president. These people, right? So him being out of power is a beautiful thing to me. And so let's see what happens. And by the way, Trump going along with that was fucking ridiculous in my opinion. Trump originally supported McCarthy. What does he talk about with losers, right? He says, "Oh, I don't like losers." Well, if you supported McCarthy and you couldn't get your people as the leader of the Republican Party to get in line behind him, then that's called a loser, right? And so, I'm kind of just like, can we just be honest? He should have never gotten behind that fucking grifter Gates. Grifter Gates. Boy, that fits. Can I make a t-shirt?
You can share after this video.
Put this up.
Run, we thank you.
He's got a bow tie. He's bringing it back. He's going old school. This guy is fucking OG with the bow tie. Tucker Carlson became a dick when he got rid of the bow tie. Who could have seen that one coming?
And at this day, and a source of charity, we'd even thank the Capitol Press Corps for sitting on floors. That too is actually funnier on the paper than how
in
it
memory
delivered.
of Pee Wee Herman.
I don't know why you asked me to do this, Kevin. Look, the president has called this process an embarrassment. Talking heads have labeled this chaos and a mess, and some would call it shambolic even. But it's called democracy. And this is a hallmark of a free society where every voice and every vote counts.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. It's a soup sandwich, but that's actually a good thing.
We know it's messy. We know it's messy. But open and transparent debate is what sets us apart from authoritarian regimes. In order to outcompete our adversaries, we must adhere to the principles that make our nation, this nation, our constitutional republic, great. And that starts with a free and open exchange of ideas. And that's exactly what we've done this week. To some, it may have felt like Congress was on hold. But the alternative, a government that assembles with no input from the representatives elected by the people, is a far worse alternative. And these constitutional principles we're adhering to in this complicated process of setting up the House.
What?
Over these last few days, Kevin McCarthy has allowed this process to work among House Republicans. And he's empowered members to come together to find consensus on behalf of...
Did that bottom third say a 6-year-old shot a teacher? Jesus H. Mary and Joseph, we're going to need to fact check that one on me.
We have all played a part, whether it's the dean or members who've just been waiting for 4 days and voting loyally. It's Kevin's leadership style that's been lacking in this institution for too long. It's the same style Kevin employed with each of us as we developed our policy proposal, A Commitment to America, a plan that works to secure our border and stop the flow of fentanyl into our communities, to give Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan the tools they need to hold the Biden administration accountable for their failures, and to take China on and end the president's COVID emergency powers that have been abused far too many times. To finally reopen the People's House, empower our standing committees, and get people back to regular order here on the House floor.
People's House. The People's Court.
And countless other conservative solutions that are very powerful and good for constituents in Bakersville or Lincolnton, North Carolina.
It's a nice tie that guy's got.
I'm one of the few members left on the Republican side who's had the pleasure of serving with Kevin for the entirety of his tenure in the House. In those years, I've worked closely with Kevin in a variety of different capacities.
Calls him Kevin.
Well, he's a good friend.
He's a good friend.
But serving with him in these capacities has meant that I've heard every one of his stories. And the stories of Kevin O's Deli I've heard way too many times. I don't know if you've heard that he won the lottery as well.
What?
Those stories, I could recount them chapter and verse. He's a dear friend.
Deep State
but all of
hasn't
you have
gotten
heard
hold
these
of that
stories
one
too.
yet. They have
And
now.
it's also, by my seat, able to watch him
Conspiracy
on a
theorist.
front row seat as he's grown
He
as a leader.
the lottery.
And especially this week, how he's grown as a leader. He knows more about members than they know about themselves. If your spouse is
Probably
sick,
does. Probably has a
he
clear
may send
force
flowers
contract.
or fruit before your. Actually, I did on that story. But he cares so much about members, not for politics, but because he cares about people.
A member.
He's
Is a member.
unflinchingly optimistic. The glass is always half full.
Said he cared about his member.
Hell of a trait, especially this week. He's relentless. The man does not quit.
Unfortunately. For Matt Gaetz. Threw that in there.
And it was Kevin that led Republicans back to the majority in this House. The only Republican institution in Washington this day. And Kevin has led us through these challenges the last few days. And Kevin is the right person to lead us over the coming 2 years.
I looked it
And
up.
that's
It's on
why
the
at
internet. It must
direction
be true.
of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
We don't need to. You don't need to stand at this one here. What is for the nation? We don't need to stand for these guys here. I can't even read. I haven't even been reading before I've been sorry. You know what I mean? No. Somebody on YouTube said they thought they were delaying money by doing this, and actually, no. From what I saw today with the Pentagon, they're going full force on it. No, yeah, that's what I saw today. I listened to the Pentagon thing for like about an hour. Quite depressing.
Speaker of the House.
$15 billion more. We're starting to get into some serious weapons, Patriot missiles and shit. Russia's not going to put up with that long. These guys got to fucking get this done. This is ridiculous. Our country needs to show strength. We need to show that we can't just buckle. We have to represent our constituents, but we also have to balance that with our nation.
Democrats are united.
Oh, Jesus, this is
behind
going to be
the son of a
horrible.
social worker and substance abuse counselor. A leader who is deeply involved in his community and a tireless advocate for the least, the lost, and the left behind.
Jeffries has been beaten.
He is a voice for the people. And Madam Clerk, this is the people's house.
The people's house. Think about how Democrats, like AOC and such, the progressives, could have gotten behind Matt Gaetz, right? This is exactly what they've been saying. But they won't. It's all just fucking fake, right? It sucks. If they actually were what they said they were, they would have actually gotten behind him. If both parties came together and spoke as one voice, they would have actually done something.
Difficult hours.
That wasn't going to happen.
Before they punch out and go home to their families.
These guys are all bought and paid for.
Where good people come to work each day and maybe steal a quiet moment
Both sides.
to themselves to look up at the ceiling or to look at the paintings, the statue of Abraham Lincoln, and to thank God for the blessings of liberty. Because this place is so much more than a chamber or even a workplace. It is, in Lincoln's words, a sign we intend the Union shall go on.
Fall short on third.
And I'm not just talking about the members either. Madam Clerk. I'm talking about you and your staff, the custodial staff, the floor staff, the institutional staff,
the janitorial staff,
the sergeant at arms, our beloved chaplain,
the lawn guy,
and the Capitol Police. I'm talking about the people who make this house work. The people
fire the
who
lawn
Hakeem
guy and tell me how
Jeffries
this
will never
this
take for
house
granted.
works. Fire the fucking plumber and tell me how that house works. Especially with all the shit coming out of that place. Oh, it's a damn love fest.
2
Proud to
years
be
ago,
an
Madam
American
Clerk,
right now.
we witnessed this place under siege by
That
a
wasn't a
violent
joke,
mob
actually.
who desecrated this building and the other chamber.
As fucked up as it
But this
is.
feels a little familiar. Today we adjourned amidst utter confusion. Only this time we're returning in the dark of night.
Yeah.
Not
past
to
your
cast
bedtime.
a vote to bring this country together and to do our jobs, but one that will set the path toward division and default. So if we are forced to be here this evening,
He could be doing a
because
cucumber
of the
thing with
chaos
his
and
eyeball,
crisis
with
on
his
the other
eyes
side,
right now.
it's only fair to point out, Madam Clerk, that the same individuals who fanned the flames of January 6th, who told their followers and their followers' followers that they needed to fight back, and who
Yeah.
challenged the swearing
Wonderful
in of members
job, guys. Wonderful
based
job,
on a bogus claim
Republican
of fake
leadership,
electors,
letting that happen.
may well be in charge of
It's
the
not
people's
like they
house
would ever use it.
if they can ever agree on who can lead them.
No, but it's like, oh, but Nancy Pelosi could have stopped it. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I wasn't referring to the one with the Sherlock coat. Sherlock, I'm referring to is no shit. Of course she should have stopped. She could have stopped it. Why would she? Why would she help fucking Trump? Are you kidding me? She did exactly what we knew she would.
Hakeem is the
That's why I blame Republicans. Whoever didn't factor Nancy Pelosi not calling the cops is a fucking moron. Again, Ray Charles could see that.
was stolen. And he's the only candidate in this race who thinks that everyone involved on January 6th ought to be held accountable regardless of the positions they hold in power.
Is he any relation to Christina Aguilera? No, I guess that's a little different. I'm gonna need, holy Jesus, I'm gonna need another fucking Rice Krispie treat.
For justice and truth, and in memory of the lives lost on January 6th, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
Cut me some slack. It's the last one, and it's gonna go to waste. It's gonna go bad by the time I get back from San Francisco.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Hey, Miss Sherlock Holmes is back. Gonna call the roll. We got this one, guys. We got this one. You see that fucking energy? We got this.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy.
Oh, Jesus.
Aguilar.
Hey, McCarthy voted
Jeffries.
for himself.
Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei. McCarthy.
What the hell she got around her
Armstrong.
neck? Looks like a
McCarthy.
pirate doubloon or something. from a ship.
Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon.
Bacon.
McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy.
The name who
Ballant.
we will not speak.
Jeffries.
Voldemort.
Banks.
Oh, wrong one.
McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy.
All right, we're doing good.
Barragan.
We're doing good.
Jeffries.
We saw that
Dean
coming.
of Florida. McCarthy.
Yeah, wait.
Beatty. Jeffries.
Nice. Saw that.
Vance. McCarthy.
What's Gates gonna do?
Vera.
We know. Gates has to vote for somebody else.
Jeffries.
Go for Mickey Mouse.
Bergman. McCarthy.
Who's Gates
Byer.
gonna vote for?
Jeffries. Bice.
I heard people walked out on him when he
McCarthy.
was speaking earlier. Republicans. He's such a
Biggs.
piece of shit. Whoop. Biggs.
Jordan.
Was that? Hold on. Was that Biggs absent?
Bilirakis.
Is it Jordan absent?
McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. McCarthy. Blumenauer.
Watch
Jeffries.
Gates vote for Jeffries.
Blunt Rochester.
I'd be like, I told you
Jeffries.
so.
Boebert. Present.
Oh! 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 Is that my Rice Krispie treat? Or did batshit Boebert just vote present and get a standing fucking ovation?
Jeffries.
Joke.
Bost.
Boom. Gates is so fucked.
McCarthy.
Thank
Bowman.
you. Sorry.
Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. McCarthy. Brown. Jeffries.
AOC
Brownlee.
cried before. I bet
Jeffries.
Boebert's gonna now do.
Buchanan. McCarthy.
She should.
Buck.
Hitched her
Buck.
wagon to the wrong mule, man.
Bouchon. McCarthy.
Piece shit.
Baczynski. Jeffries. Burchett.
Patrick P. Shit.
McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson.
That was for you, Hip.
McCarthy.
If you're there.
Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Cannock. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries.
Whoa. It's a beautiful thing.
Cardenas.
I
Jeffries.
almost choked on my Rice Krispie
Carey.
treat. Holy Jesus. Tori would have loved
McCarthy.
that. That's how I figure I'm going to go.
Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas.
He's thinking about it.
McCarthy.
He was waiting for the check to
Cartwright.
clear.
Jeffries.
Yeah, we're good.
Kassar.
Looks at his phone. Transaction
Jeffries.
complete.
Case.
That was a fatal pause.
Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Castro of Texas. Jeffries.
Didn't see the.
Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfurless McCormick.
Sherfurless.
Jeffries. Two. Jeffries.
Two.
Cicilline.
3.
Jeffries. Ciscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy.
Ooh.
Cloud.
Now with that, I don't was hit.
McCarthy.
No, it's not same Klein.
Clyburn. Clyburn.
They're just so strong too. It's not even funny.
Jeffries.
I will make my flight.
Clyde.
Ooh.
McCarthy.
What did I miss?
Cohen.
Did we have Gates yet? Did I miss that?
Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Biggs.
Wicked, I already know
Crawford.
who has books coming.
McCarthy.
If they do have a book
Crenshaw.
coming, and I haven't already acknowledged it to them,
McCarthy.
they can send me a fucking sales
Crockett.
order number. Like I mentioned before, I took the
Jeffries.
site down 3-4
Crow.
weeks ago.
Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries.
They're only doing this now to be fucking assholes.
Curtis.
And I don't even know if they're
McCarthy.
true. Almost certainly
Davis
some
of
of them,
Kansas.
most of them, if not all of them, aren't even fucking
Jeffries.
true. I don't even know who you're talking about.
Davidson.
These people just throwing this shit out there.
McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
Fucking
DeGette.
time and place for it.
Jeffries.
Not that I didn't talk the entire first part of
Dela
the show about it.
Cruz.
Jesus fucking Christ. Did I miss Gates? I think people gotta
McCarthy.
fucking ruin everything with stupid shit.
DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. Diaz-Pizito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. McCarthy. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. LZ. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar.
See this? They're called books.
Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
What do you want? Hardcover? Soft covers?
McCarthy.
Hundreds of dollars
Finstra.
worth of books.
McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick.
I don't know why people do
McCarthy.
shit that I can't fucking You know, oh, we got to order.
Fleischman.
Maybe it got lost in the fucking mail.
McCarthy.
And they got emailed the
Fletcher.
tracking number, and they never looked at the fucking
Jeffries.
tracking number to see.
Flood.
Right? Just
McCarthy.
assume everything.
Foster.
I had to shut my site down because
Jeffries.
I don't have
Fusi.
time to deal with all of
Jeffries.
the sport things. But before I shut the site down, I went through all the fucking orders.
Fox.
Could there be a problem?
McCarthy.
Yeah. Let me
Willis
know.
Frankel.
During the middle of a show, maybe a bad
Jeffries.
time. Jesus, people.
C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry.
Clearly,
McCarthy.
I don't do this for clicks
Fulcher.
or likes. You can either
McCarthy.
like what I'm doing, support it,
Gates.
or fuck off.
Gates. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries.
Gates
Garamendi.
went with Guyarfi.
Jeffries. Garbarino.
That's what
McCarthy.
I was waiting for.
Mike Garcia. McCarthy.
Excuse me.
Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries.
I do got to get Hill Country to resend
Tony
me your
Gonzalez.
address. You can call
McCarthy.
me too, Hill
Vicente Gonzalez.
Country. I get your address. And I'll send
Jeffries.
those out.
Good of
Bryn's
Virginia.
gonna just come and pick hers up.
Jordan.
I spoke to her today.
Gooden of Texas. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Missouri.
Just not
McCarthy.
showing up.
Green of
Calling in
Tennessee.
I'm sorry, Wicked. I'm just get pissed off. with this
McCarthy. Green of Texas.
I apologize, Wicked. I just get pissed off with this stuff. Constant attacks. And I know you weren't attacking, you were just saying, but you know, maybe the time and the place. I already talked about
Jeffries.
this at the beginning of the show. And so I
Green of
apologize
Georgia.
for being just so
McCarthy.
weeks of attacks.
Griffith.
Somebody just
McCarthy.
help me instead of
Grijalva. Jeffries.
throwing out
Grothman.
things I can't answer right
McCarthy.
now. You know?
Guest.
How the fuck am I gonna know if someone's
McCarthy.
telling you the truth
Guthrie.
or if someone's just trying to fucking
McCarthy.
like
Hageman.
everybody else is out there trying to just make me look bad when it's not even anything
McCarthy.
wrong. I can't defend it.
Harder of California.
Just
Harder of California.
care.
Harris.
just numb with all this
Harris.
fucking bullshit.
McCarthy. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries.
Y'all are either gonna understand. Y'all either understand it
McCarthy.
or you don't.
Higgins of Louisiana.
And I don't think y'all. And I think probably just
McCarthy.
most of you don't.
Higgins of New York.
And that's just I get that.
Jeffries.
That's the way it's gonna go.
Hill.
I can't. change.
McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Hinson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon.
I guarantee you,
Jeffries.
Tori will have that
Hudson.
Wicked thing screenshot on her show tomorrow.
Huffman.
Any wagers on that? And then I'll be able to fucking deal with
Jeffries.
that all day tomorrow from people sending me in going,
Huizenga.
oh my God, look at what Tori's saying.
McCarthy.
She's putting that shit out there that you're not fucking filling orders and shit.
Hunt.
That you just fucked everybody over.
McCarthy.
And it's not even remotely true, but it's
Issa.
gonna be my life. It's gonna be what happens. Whether innocent, whatever reason, that's gonna be what happens. I'm so sick of it. So sick of it.
Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois.
Again, I'm sorry, Wicked.
Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
Surprise on that.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries.
Why don't they
James.
have the numbers up there somewhere?
McCarthy.
Oh, because this is the free one.
Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries.
I'm
Jeffries.
not smoking off scene. Was this what are they? Oh. Somebody's birthday?
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kemlogger Dove.
Better hurry to take full moon for their rituals.
Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New
Is that a
Jersey.
full moon?
McCarthy. Keating.
I wish I had a
Jeffries.
telescope.
Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy.
He sounded confident
Connor.
too. Don't you love that confidence?
Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California.
Is that flag
McCarthy.
made behind her made in China or what?
Kim of New
Why don't
Jersey.
they have a nice cloth one?
Jeffries. Krishnamurthy.
It's not real soap.
Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries.
Custer's last
Kustoff.
stand.
McCarthy.
What a bumper sticker his
The
campaign
Hood.
had.
McCarthy.
Although that didn't turn out well for Custer.
Lalota.
They want to rethink that
McCarthy.
marketing idea.
LaMalfa.
Yeah, I
McCarthy.
keep missing that life-threatening injuries with
Lamborn.
the teacher, the kid's age.
McCarthy.
There we go. Shout it.
Landsman.
He got something out of that.
Jeffries. Langworthy.
You can tell the ones that their check cleared. Yeah, McCarthy.
Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy.
There you go. He got something.
LaTurner. McCarthy.
He got something.
Lawler.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
Ooh.
McCarthy.
Oh, payday.
Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy.
There you go. See how
Lee of
quiet that
Nevada.
was? She didn't get much.
Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy.
She didn't get much.
Letlow. McCarthy.
Well, you could barely hear hers. She's
Levin.
in trouble.
Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
Laudermilk.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lucas.
Wasn't he like the gang guy
McCarthy.
from the movie?
Luke-Kemeyer.
Laudermilk.
McCarthy.
No, Laudermilk was from Office
Luna.
Space.
McCarthy.
Ooh. You know, and that wasn't very...
Latrell.
Actually,
McCarthy.
we'll have to play
Lynch.
back Luna. She sounds like she got something.
Jeffries. Mace.
Christmas. Oh,
McCarthy.
she got nothing.
Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy.
That person
Man.
didn't get shit.
McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy.
He did okay.
Mast. Mast. McCarthy.
He didn't get shit.
Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy.
He got paid. Where's Gates? Is Gates scanning? I don't think Gates is scanning either.
McCall.
Replay that one.
McCarthy.
He got some.
McLean. McCarthy.
She did okay.
McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries.
They're still waiting for that transaction complete thing to show up on their
McCormick.
phone.
McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Damn.
Menendez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ming. Jeffries. Muser.
Wang.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy.
He did okay.
Mfume.
Hakeem
Let's
Jeffries.
check cleared.
Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. McCarthy.
Ooh, she got. She
Miller
got
of
nothing.
Ohio. McCarthy.
Did okay.
Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks.
Transaction complete.
McCarthy.
Transaction complete.
Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran.
We know which.
McCarthy.
You got
Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. McCarthy.
He did okay.
None of Iowa. McCarthy.
Nice. He did good.
Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez.
Ooh.
Jeffries. Ogles.
She got paid for that.
McCarthy. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries.
Mr. Jeffries.
Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola.
She got banged.
Jeffries. Pence.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries.
What's Pence doing there?
Perry. McCarthy.
Dodge.
Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries.
Pocan.
Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries.
I think we got through
Quigley.
all this, the dangerous ones.
Jeffries. Ramirez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Bad shit.
Jeffries.
Ooh, she's getting something.
Raskin. Jeffries.
And he's got too much
Reschenthaler.
enthusiasm.
McCarthy.
He's getting paid.
Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy.
He's getting paid. We're getting there.
Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy.
Oh, he's getting paid.
Rosendale. Biggs.
Houston, we have a problem.
Ross.
This video speaks less to the heart and more to the sphincter.
Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. McCarthy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries.
Oh, he's getting paid.
Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries.
Sanchez.
Santos. McCarthy.
Oh, he's getting his check cleared. Order in the court.
Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy.
He's getting paid.
Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries.
He's getting paid.
Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries.
There you go.
Swikert. McCarthy. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott.
Are they in the same
David
state?
Scott. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. McCarthy. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries.
Oh, she's getting paid.
Sherman. Jeffries.
He's getting paid. Way too happy.
Cheryl. Jeffries.
She just made the vote.
Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. McCarthy. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker.
Schmucker.
McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries.
He's getting paid.
Soto. Jeffries.
Soto.
Spamberger. Jeffries.
Spamberger.
Sparts.
Sparts. Really?
McCarthy.
She getting paid.
Stansbury. Jeffries.
She's like, who am I missing?
Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy.
He's getting paid.
Steele. McCarthy.
She getting paid.
Stefanik. McCarthy.
She's getting
Style.
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Stubbe.
Nah, he's
McCarthy.
His check cleared.
Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy.
Nice.
Strickland. Jeffries.
She getting paid.
Strong. McCarthy.
He ain't honorable.
Swalwell.
Joaquin.
Jeffries.
Oh, he getting paid.
Sykes. Jeffries.
Why was that? What's the? Where's the lady with the gavel? Where's the lady with the gavel? See, they got no Robert's Rules of Orders. going on.
Takano. Jeffries.
Joaquin.
Tenney. McCarthy.
He's getting paid.
Tanadar. Jeffries.
Joaquin.
Thompson of California.
Oh,
Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania.
Nice.
McCarthy.
First and last name. His
Tiffany.
check cleared.
McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy.
He's happy.
Titus. Jeffries. Talib.
Talib.
Jeffries.
Houston, we have a problem.
Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko.
Taco?
Jeffries.
That was racist.
Torres of California.
Did she call him a taco?
Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy.
Getting paid.
Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo.
Ooh,
McCarthy.
he getting that check cleared.
Van Drew.
And he's got a Spanish last name.
McCarthy.
Oh, yeah, he threw that one out there. He's getting paid.
Van Dyne. McCarthy.
Oh, my God. Transactions. Oh, that
McCarthy.
cleared.
Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries.
Didn't see that.
VC. Jeffries.
VC.
Velasquez.
Velasquez.
Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy.
Get paid.
Wahlberg. McCarthy.
No relation to Donnie.
Waltz. McCarthy.
You getting paid.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries.
Yo, batshit.
Waters.
Batshit. I met her. She's just a little tiny
Jeffries.
thing.
Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy.
He's still waiting for
Westerman.
that to clear.
McCarthy.
She seemed surprised.
Wexton. Jeffries. Wild.
Wild.
Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. Williams of New York.
Houston, we have a problem.
McCarthy.
Oop. Getting paid.
Williams of Texas. McCarthy.
Getting paid.
Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy.
Oh, he's getting paid.
Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy.
Nice. Getting paid.
Yackham. McCarthy.
Getting paid.
Zinke. McCarthy.
Getting paid. Got to take care of those trophy wives.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Buck will be first.
Buck. McCarthy.
Cha-ching. We'll give him a couple cha-chings.
Now say, who's responsible for this unwarranted attack on my person?
Oh, hey, it's Lynn Wood.
Gates. Present.
Well, no, he got a little...
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, he's so fucked. He's so fucked. He got nothing out of
Go
that.
Star.
Oh, oh, oh. He got paid. Gates fucked, guarantee it, because he was the ringleader of all this.
McCarthy.
Him and batshit Bobert.
Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy.
He get paid.
Harder of California. Jeffries.
He was just using the bathroom. Democrats aren't worth much right now in Congress. They're kind of like with like aluminum.
David Scott.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
McCarthy's like, I got to go use the bathroom before I have to go give my speech or something. Shit, before you left. Is he gonna hit someone? Are we getting? Is he gonna hit? Fucking hit him, dude. Hit him.
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, this is getting good. Oh, this is getting good. Oh, this is getting good. Oh, we can't hear. He's so fun. He's so fun. Change your phone. Oh, he's fucked. There's finger pointing. There's finger pointing. Oh, he's fucked. Come on, I'll get it. Oh, I am a lip reader. I'm sorry. Matt Gaetz is saying.
Okay, so in the upper right, you can see
I'm totally fucked
some type of discussion happening between McCarthy's camp and Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz just voted present for McCarthy. You can see there. It
That's
looks
still a
somewhat
vote,
contentious.
right? No. Is that not? I don't know how that
McCarthy
works.
looks disappointed. Look at
Kathy's
let's
still
just-
in here. I think
let's
she
keep
probably
watching.
knows. She knows Robert's Rules of Order.
McCarthy looks exasperated, somewhat discouraged, disappointed.
He's gonna fucking hit.
I'm gonna
Hit
take
him!
this shot full
You know
to
they
see if we
used
have
to
any
do
sound on it.
duels.
Let's listen.
Duel! Duel! Pistols at 40 yards, 20 yards. I doubt any of them have good shots. Gaetz is so fucked. What's the number? What's the numbers right now? Anybody know? What are the numbers? What are the numbers? They got to do 15? How could they be short? I mean, shit.
Okay, what you see right now, the Republican rep-elect right there, Patrick McHenry, Republican from North Carolina, is a ally of McCarthy. They're appealing personally to Gaetz and Boebert right there. They both voted present. Let's listen again.
Is it going to make a difference? If it doesn't make a difference, fuck off. Move on. But if it's going to make a difference, I'm asking why. I don't know the number.
That's Matt Rosendale, who voted not for McCarthy nor present, shaking the hands of Boebert and Gaetz. Let's listen back in.
He's going to get something. What do we need here, folks? Does anybody know what's going on? I'm sorry I'm playing this, but I have no idea what the proper thing is. What's the tally? I don't know what the tally is. I don't know. Shift be outside, pencil neck. Dirty F and Rogers. Come on, get this over with. Holy Jesus. No cash drawer sounds for Dems. No, I've been giving it to Dems. I didn't want to overdo it, just the ones that were over enthusiastic. But how much is a Democrat going for right now, Maxit? I mean, they're not really, how much can you get for one right now?
Okay, so this is quite wild. You heard there someone say, we'll do it again.
What?
McCarthy went up personally to Gaetz and Boebert. There, the representative-elect Republican
Do they
from
need
North
those
Carolina,
two?
Patrick McHenry, the bow tie,
I can't
pleading,
tell you. They
almost
need one more vote.
begging now with
Jane
Gaetz
Doe
and
says they
Boebert
need
there.
one more vote.
Whispering going on. All right, looks like the count is being tallied as we speak. They're about to announce it. The clerks
Yeah,
are.
there's you,
But this is a vantage point that is,
yeah, so
historic. See how close some of these
Jane
members
Doe,
are getting
which
to.
seems like a completely legitimate name,
Gates'
says
face
they need
there
one
when
more
they
vote.
are speaking with him. There's Andy Biggs coming through the aisle.
Biggs voted. He did. Biggs went
And the count
McCarthy, didn't he?
should be announced momentarily at the
fucked.
moment.
They're so fucked.
Let's listen back in.
So, whoever talks first gets the pardon, or walks, right? Whoever breaks first. Boebert is gonna fucking break and throw Gates under the bus. That's the only thing she can do to save herself. Work out something. Is to throw. I mean, they're still not voting for Gates, and he's giving them, or for McCarthy, and he went down to everything they asked for. He's given them everything they asked for, and they're just being fucking dicks. It's because they're probably going to go to jail if they don't have something worked out from this guy, because they've been doing like illegal shit. I know Gates has. I can't speak for Boebert, but you know, it sounds too much like Tory.
Okay, so you might be wondering now what this means here, and we're going to try to break it down as best as we can. So
yeah,
this
if Gates
this could be
went
seen
that committed, wicked,
and you were
then
watching it. You could
Boebert's
really
the
cut
one
the
with all the
tension in
cards,
the room.
and she will
Andy Biggs was briefly in the row where the conversation was
throw him
happening.
under the bus.
Congressman-elect
Throw him under the bus. He knows it.
Reschenthaler
He knows
was
it. He
also
can't-
involved. A very intense conversation going
do
on
it.
with
Boebert
finger
can-
pointing.
she can fucking
McHenry,
get the golden
Burchett,
goose.
Gates, Emmer,
She
and
can get the
Norman
fucking
all
golden
involved.
goose. I'm telling you
Democrats
right
were
now.
shouting for order. Rosendale then walked over.
on.
Everyone in the chamber
Come on,
standing there
Boebert.
watching this all
We know
unfold.
you're
McHenry
greedy
was there.
fucking shit. You're holding out. Call.
And you could hear
Fold.
and see the exasperation in
Fold.
McCarthy's demeanor. as
Fold,
Gates
Boebert. You're gonna fucking
voted
walk
present.
like a you're gonna look great. You're not gonna probably
So
even
you
go
can
to
see
jail.
there.
Somebody's got to get thrown under the bus here.
Boebert and Gates both voting present, not for McCarthy, not for anyone else, though. And you can see Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to be saying,
Boebert
stop.
won by how many?
Stop,
couple hundred votes?
stop.
Yeah, I get it. She
Let's listen
won,
back
but
in.
It's not like she's really screaming, "Oh, my constituency." It's 50 plus 1. It's literally 50% plus 1. She really took that very literally. Okay. I'm just saying, they used to do like pistols at what, 20 meters, 20 feet, whatever it was. Telling you. Good old days.
Okay, so we put up on this graphic the vote totals as votes are being counted now in the 14th ballot.
Well,
For
he
House
won,
Speaker,
right?
McCarthy, 216, Jeffries, 212, others 4, and then present. I'm going to take this full here just so you can see it a little larger. So what we know right now, I'm going to go over who didn't vote for Kevin McCarthy as well. So that is
Jane Doe.
Congressman-elect Matt
got your numbers.
Rosendale,
What are we
Andy
looking
Biggs, Eli Crane, and Bob Good. They're the 4 who voted for other people besides McCarthy. Gates and
I'm
Boebert,
joking, Jane
Lauren Boebert,
Doe.
Matt
I do
Gates,
comedy.
voting present. And so right now,
Well, some people find it funny.
it is pandemonium, chaos, frustration. You're watching the GOP civil war play out in real time on the House floor. And so this is quite historic.
I can't use that one.
All indications say that this now has to go to a 15th ballot. We're going to wait to officially say that once the ballots are being, the votes are rather being counted by the clerk there. Let's take you back inside the chamber. The clerk is about to gavel back in. Let's listen to this shot here.
We need one more. Where are the like other 4? Are those like all Democrats or something? Can't they get one of the others? Somebody needs a park in their fucking district, right? Which is actually code for a new pool. Is that Gates' girlfriend calling him again? So he needs 217? It's a strange number. I don't like that.
Can we get the tally?
So in this case, probably. Somebody's getting something for this. There's no difference what's going on right here in fucking wrestling, right? I'm sorry. Spoiler alert.
Okay, just to give you a sense of what we saw on the House floor, Matt Gaetz voted president, denied McCarthy the majority to secure the speakership. McCarthy walked over, pleaded with him to change his vote. In the meantime, Mike Rogers, congressman-elect, had to be pulled away after he lunged at Gaetz. Things got very, very heated on the House floor just moments ago. We're going to try to get that video for you, replay it for you, as the clerk is about to record and tally the final votes, though it does appear McCarthy has fallen short now again in the 14th speaker vote.
Where's the other four? Who the fuck are they? Where are they? Green, I don't know. Yeah, Green's been saying she'd vote McCarthy.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 432, of which the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 216.
Yeah, but isn't he still a loser? Or am I missing something here? Oh, bravo, you almost made it. You're almost there. Maybe one or two more votes? I mean, what the fuck?
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Okay. Good losers. Kinda. We'll give them that. Good losers. Give him 5 minutes.
The Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 2.
What?
The Honorable Andy Biggs of the state of Arizona has received 2.
Jordan should say, no, I won't do that.
No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected.
Fucking Jordan.
Do now adjourn until noon on Monday.
Noon on Monday. Will the gentleman repeat?
Which means the
will
war
the gentleman
goes
repeat
on.
His motion?
I move the House do now adjourn until noon Monday.
The question is on the motion to adjourn.
They're gonna be fucking
All those
buried.
in favor?
I hope they are fucking castrated this weekend. I hope everybody who fucking supports them are fucking castrated this weekend. Let's keep shipping the shit over
All
to
those in favor say aye.
Oh my God.
All those opposed say no.
ayes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I would
For the
say
yeas
that
and
would...
nays, Madam Clerk, ask for the yeas and nays.
Ah, Jesus.
The yeas and nays are requested.
I'm going to pass
Those
on the
favoring a
cha-chings.
vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient
Oh, no,
number
Gates is
having
not
risen,
getting
the
what he
yeas
wants.
and nays are ordered.
Or Gates is getting what he wants. Some other way. It's true. He's going to get something this weekend. You know,
Okay,
he's
what
going to get
a
something
wild
this weekend.
night there on the House floor. Patrick McHenry there, the congressman-elect Republican from North Carolina now, has made a motion for a roll call vote to adjourn the House chamber until noon Eastern Monday.
Well,
So,
they got some that
we
they
were
can pick up.
expecting
The ones, the
14th
meatheads that were going for
ballot
Jordan,
to go
I think
in
they're going to
McCarthy's
be.
favor. He fell.
The meatheads going for Jordan are going to be castrated over the weekend. Can we agree with that? You know, and I say that meatheads respectfully, right? Holy shit. Gates are not going to get any. I swear to God, I believe that Gates and Gates for sure is doing this because he knows that you know, he's not going to get protected, right? He's been protected. He's been protected by Nunes. I brought my shit to Nunes in 2018, December 18th, 2018, to same time as Pirro. Pirro's even responded that into a text. I literally put out the facts there and put documents to support it. So Nunes is known about Shadowgate, and I go back to this, and everybody's like, oh, just about that. Yeah, it is. I believe it truly is. And so, you know, Gates is looking for cover. He doesn't have cover. And I think a lot of the stuff that he's been doing, there's a reason he asked for a pardon. How many people in Congress asked for a pardon after January 6th? He wanted one that was like all encompassing. So I think he really knows that he's fucked. This isn't about his constituents, right? This is about him knowing that his close friend just went to one-time close friend just went to prison for child sex trafficking, right? And he's been accused of it. He ran when I approached him about Millie Weaver being arrested and saying, hey, you remember me? I gave you that stuff. I met you at DeSantis' inauguration. I gave you that stuff. Everything on the Shadowgate. On ShadowNet, and now Millie Weaver just got arrested for while she was uploading Shadowgate, you know? And he just kind of looks down at his phone and says, oh, girlfriend's calling, gotta go, and fucking runs. He runs. Well, how am I supposed to process that? Am I supposed to just say, oh, hey, he seems like a good guy? No, this guy has no fucking honor. He should not be anywhere near Congress. It's only because our government is so fucking corrupt. Oh, no, you mean the deep state's actually on both sides? Yeah, it is. And it's not just like the deep state. It, you know, a lot of times it can be exactly what our friend, what's his name? George Carlin says.
People went to the same universities and fraternities. They're on the same boards of directors. They're in the same country clubs. They have like interests. They don't need to call a meeting. They know what's good for them.
Right? Gates, Boebert, they don't need to be part of some big deep state, you know, sitting around a big table, controlling the world. They can just have like-minded interests. And in this particular case, they're fucking grifters. For sure, Gates is. I don't know about Boebert, but, you know, Jesus, I'm just going to throw it out there and say probably, yeah, based on everything I've seen. But again, innocent until proven guilty. So, on that note, I want to thank everybody who joined me tonight, who puts up with me, right? Good and bad. I am just a human being. I make mistakes, but I'm also someone who prides himself on doing the most honorable thing that he can, right? He tries to be honorable. He does. He's not perfect, but he does. And I really hold it strong on myself, right? Sometimes I get so pissed off because I want to be able to just fix this or do this, and I can't, right? But I do my best. I'm heading out on Saturday, right? If you can help out, you got my Patreon there. Freedom Stream's down until I can get a partner, somebody to help me do this with, and to get me out of this freaking mental rut of all this bullshit. I'm tired of doing this by myself. I'm tired of all of this bullshit, but I'm not going to give up, right? Because I know that I'm right. And that's not just an ego thing, right? It wasn't an ego thing when my boss ate his shoe. It was me knowing that I'm right, and it was a really important situation that several hundred people would have been impacted by if it was wrong. And I said, this is wrong. This is wrong. And I'm like this nobody, right? And here I am again, a fucking, like, what can I throw around? A PFC with a GED. Yeah, I'm throwing some acronyms around. And 32, 36 credit hours in community college. But some pretty good certifications. And, you know, my resume is pretty interesting. Even considering that I've got the lack in the education, I still answer directly to 4-star generals. It's because I kind of put myself out there. I believed in myself. I believed in my country. I believed in my family. I believed in what I was doing, and I still do. And sometimes it's really hard when people that you trust and all of these things. And there's nothing I can do other than to just put the information out as I see it, right? And do my best. I'm even flying tomorrow. I don't like that at all. Ask Bryn. That was her response. Holy shit, you're flying. Because this is that important to me. I believe it. And everybody's like, for the last over a year, Patrick Byrne, fucking Millie Weaver, calls herself a journalist. What kind of a journalist does the things to me that she's done? People say, oh my God, I can't believe the things you said about Millie. Look at, are you serious? A subject comes to, well, I didn't even come to her. She came to me. Tori came to me. And, I don't trust anybody, and I haven't. I've been before I even met these people, I had been fucked by Pirro, Nunes, Gates. Oh my God, right? These are fucking small-time people compared to screwing me over or me trusting. So no, there wasn't trust there. There was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Because, and I think if everybody can look at themselves and be honest over the last few years, can we not say that, wow, we really all seriously underestimated how fucked up this system is and was? So can I sit here and say everything was by some sort of a master plan? No. But can I sit here and say that I did truly intend to figure out what the fuck my spidey sense was telling me when I came back from about almost 8 years overseas, 1 year here from 9 to 10 at JMISC over at MacDill. And I come back and I see things that I shouldn't be seeing. Okay? And I try to report this. But that's even like separate from the IG complaint I filed when I left. That was just completely separate. Oh my God. I can't believe our government would be doing this. And then it goes to I can't believe my company would throw me under the bus when I'm doing my job, when I'm protecting national security. If I did what they were demanding that I do, I would have not only potentially lost my job, I would have potentially gone to jail. because there are requirements to be able to give people certain level, types of access to classified information. Duh. So that was my 2015 complaint, but what was the core of that? The core of that, to me anyway, was I answered directly 8 years to someone I had a tremendous amount of respect for, Jim Jones, the son of General James Jones, right? And I answered, like I said, directly to him when I was sitting in Iraq. Like almost every day we'd do like VTCs and such. Never spoke directly to General Jones. Never met the man. But his office, but when I did visit Jim, the son, at Dynology, you had Jim's office on the 15th floor of the Towers Crescent. Anybody just Google that in Virginia, and you'll see, holy shit, right? So top floor, 15th floor. Well, actually not the top. Top was just massive restaurant, which is, I'm pretty sure, where those actual round tables do occur, where they're sitting around and they're, the death panels and shit. But right next to Jim's office was General Jones's office. So this is Dynology, some of the most expensive property in all of that, what is it? It's Towers Crescent building in Tyson's Corner, right? Okay, cool, right? That's big bucks. And an office like almost twice the size of Jim's was his dad's, right? So what's the difference? Was I working for Jim or was I working for General Jones? You be the judge. When I was forced out of my job after 5 years in South Korea, away from my family, and these are difficult times, right? I went straight from Afghanistan to South Korea, and it was just absolutely astounding that I could get thrown under the bus by somebody that is so powerful and so important and I looked up to so much. But then you look around and you see that these people are actually incredibly powerful people. Well, in incredibly powerful positions. I look and I see General Jones is the chairman of the board. So the person that I see in the biggest office next to the guy who fired me, his son, not fired me, but modified the contract to have my position removed and then replaced me after I left, after they modified the contract back. I mean, really? Can anybody look at that and say that seems completely normal? No. None of that was normal. But now we're all starting to see that actually that's how so much in our government's been working for so long. Trump, for all of his faults, exposed that. Whatever his intentions are, I don't know or care. He exposed that. And he exposed to me the Matt Gaetzes. He exposed to me the Devin Nunes's, right? But now he's completely attached himself to them. So how do I process that? How do I support Trump with him so close? And I've always been absolutely honest to say that I've never spoken to Trump about this, but how can I believe that when he, 2 months before the election, he didn't know that an American journalist had been arrested uploading a documentary exposing Obama and Biden's national security advisor for using social media psychological warfare applications to influence the outcome of the U.S. election through organizations like Atlantic Council and these retired generals. And by the way, like CENTCOM. And by the way, all of that was proven. All of that was proven in the emails, right? That came out. And that was not information that was that Tory was bringing to you in Shadowgate, right? And by the way, Tory says, "Oh, Shadowgate wasn't about me." Holy shit, she didn't even have a single, to my knowledge, she didn't have a single live spot in Shadowgate 2, other than at the very end talking about how she might be in Shadowgate 3. But please, somebody show me a live thing of her in Shadowgate 2. Why? Because Gavin and Millie were like, holy shit, she was the one that just destroyed the integrity of Shadowgate, right? Absolutely devastated it. So, you know, whatever plan they did have, just like, what is it, Tyson says, every plan goes south as soon as first punch in the nose, right? But that's why Tori wasn't in Shadowgate 2. Now, nobody wants to hear that, and Tori's going to say, oh, Berkey's crazy and stuff. But tonight, we got to sit here and show you two other people that laid out very convincing arguments that this is what Tori does, right? It's her modus operandi. And if you support her, I get it. You know, you support some people at the very beginning. They talk about things that you like. By the way, they've targeted you for that. But they talk about things that you like. You know, they focus on them. And then they use data and they use these things, right? So it's not by accident. We need to just stop the personal attacks on anybody that you don't have verifiable fact-based information. We need to start remembering that people are human beings. Look at people differently. Why not treat a whistleblower a little bit differently, maybe with a little bit more respect or something, than just coming out with accusations? And regardless of the people that he ended up being surrounded with, you can look on my Facebook and see that I've been overseas from 2007 to 2015, with only the exception of a year when I was at MacDill providing support for the JMISC in 2010. 9 and 10, and it's all on my social media. It's not me playing a super spy, or it's not me playing a time traveler, and it never has. And if you've ever followed me, a lot of people have followed me from Shadowgate, right? So many people just turned on me because, you know, Millie, Gavin, and Tori just told them lies. I had thousands of people that had said so many kind things and supported me so much when Shadowgate came out, right? But as soon as that person that they said that they trusted and believed, as soon as he came out and said, wait a minute, there's more to this story, right? And the people that he was coming out and exposing had just kind of turned and attacked him. That doesn't make sense to you? That doesn't make you step back and say, wow, you know, maybe we shouldn't treat whistleblowers the same way as we treat like a journalist or somebody like that. I'm not here because I want to be. I'm here because I have to be. And at the moment, like if I could go to Twitter, let's say, and I could get support to where they just like provide, or somebody can help me and provide attorneys and shit that I trusted, that would go in and all they would have to do is offline ask me, hey, what are we looking for? And I'll be like, we're looking for this. And they're either going to find it or they're not, but we've already found it. We already know. So we need to clean this stuff out. We need, just like I've been telling everybody, you need, before you try to deal with these other issues, before you try to bring things in front of the court or public, into courts or anything, you need to regain a fair and balanced playing field in the court of public opinion. And as long as they control the narrative on social media, and we all know that that social media controls mainstream media. What journalist, whether you're left, right, or independent, right? Whether you're mainstream media on the left, mainstream media on the right, or like an independent journalist, your career is going to live and die on the coordination of these social media platforms that are determining that will literally threaten you. If you're a journalist and you get deplatformed on multiple platforms, your career's over. So they have this control over everything. And again, it doesn't have to be a cabal. It just has to be a group of like-minded individuals.
People went to the same universities and fraternities. They're on the same boards of directors. They're in the same country clubs. They have like interests. They don't need to call a meeting. They know what's good for them.
Right? That's all we're looking at. It's pretty simple. And we need to have a conversation about 18 USC with the posse comitatus. I'm going to end up saying pussy comitatus or pussy something by the end of this, I guarantee you. This is how we're going to fix it. This is how we're going to fix it. And if you're not just helping me, and I mean by helping me, like not attacking me. If you're attacking me for any reason, and not just doing it in like a professional, polite way, or even understanding that I'm one person, I don't have, and I'm trying to do this, right? So if I can't handle thousands of emails, or I can't do these things, if you can just understand that and just help me get this message out. You want to know what the government, not the government, well, the government, but the military. You want to know what the military has been doing. We're in a fucking war. We're sending billions and billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine, and nobody's able to watch it because Matt Gaetz, if you're looking for the Matt Gaetz is probably making right now, I would just look right there, because as long as they're able to control the narrative, and as long as they're able to keep the wars going over the narrative on the war going in Ukraine, and sell more weapons, sell more and do more PSYOP, as long as they're able to do that, and we can't get control of our house, we're fucked, my friends. This could escalate overnight. We're look at the Pentagon shit that they're talking about today. Look at the decisions that are being made. The shit's being loaded on the boats, my friends. And how long do you think Russia's going to actually put up with us sending this type of shit over there? That's kind of like us going to war with them at some point, even though Congress, who can't vote on who's going to lead it, is supposed to be deciding on whether we do go to war or not. There's no Congress right now deciding whether or not we go to war, but we're going to war. So, and like I said, it literally goes back to, we need to see what the fuck. We need to see what the fuck CENTCOM, and I'm going to argue JMISC, I'm going to argue Force Psychological Operations Group, 8th POG. I'm going to argue all of these organizations, there needs to be an open, transparent investigation into all that to see whether or not they're using Twitter, an American company, on American soil on their servers to do anything that could potentially influence Americans. And I would argue, even if your target is Ukraine, and even if your message is to the Ukrainians, it's impacting America, you morons, in the billions of dollars. Oh, it's okay. We're just doing PSYOP over in another country. That's not illegal because it's not influencing Americans. Are you kidding me? It's influencing Americans by the billions of dollars because they're running around saying this is Russia's war, when in all reality, it's a failure of the leadership of the most powerful nation in the world to take control of a situation and not be in war. It's just failure of leadership. It's all it is. I call out the Republicans for failure of leadership on January 6th. Then they shouldn't have let that happen. They should have known that Nancy Pelosi was not going to call the police. Why help her opponent? right? Let him. Why help him when he's destroying himself, right? So, on that note, I want to thank everybody. Yeah, I don't think they're with us anymore, but like that, Ashley and them. I want to thank all of them. And I got a big day tomorrow, right? So let's see what happens. I'm going to be meeting up with Mr. Scott, right? And, God bless him. I can't think of another person through all of this. And you can say what you want about Scott, and I get that. People do all the time. But I just look at him and say, I have not met through our time in D.C., through Team America. I have not met another soul that has exhibited the honor that Scott Bennett's exhibited to me. And if he hadn't, I think everybody would pretty much know that I would fucking call it out. I usually say what I feel. So, on that note, man, that second Rice Krispie treat is freaking kicking in. And so I'm gonna get signing off here. I got an interesting day lined up. Holy shit. If we can force Twitter, or let's not even say force, if we can show Twitter the significance and let them understand, nobody would have ever thought that Elon Musk was going to buy Twitter. And now he owns one of the largest database collections of intelligence on the planet. He could answer a lot of my questions. He privately owns them. Who would have seen that coming? Nobody. So, if we can do a full and complete search, if we can get approval from the Pentagon, which we're going to have to do. Actually, you know who we need to get approval from? Come on. Who's the certification authority? One clue, it's not Trump. Trump was the certification authority. But I would almost say that in order to get the information that we need released from Twitter, or even acknowledged, we're going to need the certification authority to authorize its release. Now, who questions that? Anybody? Bueller? I don't know how you could. Biden is inherently going to have to authorize. But how is Biden ever going to authorize that? Well, if we can get enough attention brought onto the into the Twitter 8 files and offer not an anonymous whistleblower like they used for Trump's impeachment, but offer somebody who's actually been speaking up, although not the most articulately, or, artistically, right? But has been speaking up and is like a fact witness. I mean, Tory cannot provide anything there. She has nothing to offer as a fact witness to any of this. None of this. But everything so many people believed in Shadowgate, like I had 50,000 followers on my original Twitter. Everything that everybody believed in Shadowgate actually was true as far as the Atlantic Council, and all the stuff that I was talking about. Twitter 8 Files showed that. But this is going to get, some of it's, like I said, how do you post something online that's going to be classified? You don't. But in order to understand the, but the personas are almost certainly going to be classified. Yes, probably. Within certain circumstances, some will possibly be released, but So these are the things we're going to need to know. The dissemination process, or not the dissemination process, we understand that, but the deliberation process, right? What deliberation went into the taking down of Shadowgate, right? Who were the key decision makers? What research did they do? And that will actually tell us quite a bit. One of the instances that I've already seen, and the researcher came back and said on a separately related issue and referenced USA Today as the source of his information, if I'm not mistaken. So that was the case. Well, USA Today was, look at Shadowgate 2. They're connected to my story. They were the ones that Facebook used to justify the takedown on it. They were the ones that I believe Twitter used and other social media in the emails used to take down. So we need to find these things out. The only way that Joe Biden's ever going to authorize the release, and he could with a signature. By the way, Joe Biden can't just think that and have it unauthorized and have it unclassified, right? Not even Joe Biden can do that. And it's not like because it's Joe Biden and he's old or something. Biden's only a couple years older than Trump. Trump does not have the ability to just wish things go from classified to unclassified. In some ways, he actually kind of does, though. But in reality-based ways, he doesn't, right? There is actually a process for all of this if it's going to be legitimate and legal and something that actually people can understand and something that the historians can document properly, because that's all going to be required. That's what they do. That's what the National Archives do. So, but the National Archives don't own this. Elon Musk does. But you know what? Elon Musk has a clearance. We know this because he got in trouble when he smoked pot. Remember that? He smoked pot on with Joe Rogan, right? But what was his reasoning for saying he can't ever do that again? He almost lost his clearance. He needs a clearance. So even if Musk owns this information and wants to give it to me, we would still require Joe Biden's approval. How do you like them apples? Especially when what I'm trying to expose is tied to Obama Biden's shadow net. See, I don't know why you guys run around following these like fabricated bullshit things that Tory sets up. My life's just fucking really bizarre and an e-ticket attraction, just trying to follow and help support me keep going down these paths anyway. Right? So, this is interesting. Let's see what we can do. You know, I'll end on this. I made some good decisions and bad decisions. My decision to go to Los Angeles, to rent a car and go to Los Angeles, for the premiere. And by the way, Millie and Gavin were going to originally meet me there and then backed out. The decision to go to the premiere was now, for sure, looking back, a bad idea. Although that could change by something connected to it, changing for the positive, I suppose. I don't know. I think it's probably going to end up just being one of those things you chalk up in your life as a bad idea. I mean, it didn't work out the way you'd wanted to, right? So that's why I really kind of gave a lot of careful deliberation. I talked to several people, even some old friends I hadn't spoken to in a long time, before jumping into going to San Francisco, saying, hey, am I doing something? Am I making a bad decision again? And, I got some really good advice, changed things around, made sure that it became into compliance with my twin sons turning 16 on the 11th. And again, people, when you do things, whether intentional or not, that end up kind of hurting me or attacking me or hurting my credibility, and I struggle to try to keep that up enough myself. It's hard. I'm a fucking 57-year-old male, right? But no. I think this is a good decision. I don't think this is a bad decision. There's so much difference. Bergy, will you touch base with us while in California? There are mistakes in life. What I would like to do is I'll put this out there right now. Like Monday morning, I'm going to be standing out in front of Twitter or going in there or doing something with Scott Bennett. And I can tell you right now, if, and I'll tell you the same thing I told Fang, because I had communicated with him a couple times. He made me a promise, and he didn't keep this promise. Thus far, he hasn't. And so, big surprise. You know what Bergy's going to do? He's going to fucking call him out for it. And you know what? It might be a bad idea. And you know what? It might not do anything. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway, because I'm not going to sit here and be silent when I see bullshit stuff going on. And that's kind of bullshit, right? Fang's independent. So, well, great. So was Sarah Carter, even though Pirro was never independent. Independent people have things they depend on as well. They have social media platforms they could be threatened with. There's 1,000 things. And also we got the clearance issue things to deal with. The government could come back and say, wow. But I'm saying as a former DOD IASO, Information Assurance Security Officer, that everything I'm talking about is completely legal. And I want it to be done legal. That's what I spent my career doing, is compliance, right? But we're in some real gray fucking areas right now. All right? Because there's a lot of things I'd like to be able to say, but I can't say without Biden giving me permission to say. I know what I'm looking for there. And I don't know it because I was ever involved. I know it because there are things that we wanted to do that we had discussed diligently with multiple people sitting around a table in a particle board room built by Seabees in the middle of the fucking desert, right? And we're like, okay, can't do this. And we're like, oh, we want to do that. Oh, pretty please with sugar on it. And the JAG guys are like, you can't do this. Somebody decided that you can. And as we all saw in this, you can't, right? It's not even a thing, right? It's not even like, I mean, in order for it to be cool, you literally have to, it says right there, change the Constitution or enact Congress, which I kind of pointed out the other day would be, or earlier, would be an act of Congress. I need your help. So if you can, if anybody in California can join with us, I'll take you as far as I can get, right? I need your help getting there, though, as far as like once I get to the door. Anybody remember? I'm not going to waste time pulling up the picture. Anybody remember me standing in front of Fox News in 2004 with a sign held up that said Kathy Fountain and Pedro. I had to throw fucking Pedro from C-SPAN in there. Not being xenophobic. Pedro fucked me too. But I'm holding up that sign like a moron by myself saying Kathy Fountain and Pedro from C-SPAN deny equal time. Now people care about that. I cared about it then. I was standing out in front all by myself. Now, well, actually, no. My friend Joe Helenihi showed up also. And one reporter that showed up and wrote, you know, I was an army of one. But I've already got Scott that's going to be there. We have access to an office. Hey, man, if you can help, if you can even help just by showing up, it's going to make it more difficult for people to say, just ignore it or not talk about it. It's going to make it more difficult for people like Tory to just start to keep attacking me. Why would you fucking attack me or try to do anything that would jeopardize access to what's going on, what was going on involving the takedown of Shadowgate in August of 2020. And if anybody doesn't believe that that impacted the outcome of the 2020 election, and I would argue impacted it more than Hunter Biden's laptop, because I still argue Hunter Biden's laptop, for whatever you want to make of it, is it's just everybody looks at it political, right? It's the president's son jerking off, you know, banging his sister, taking pictures of his poop and smoking crack. Not a good look. I get that. But no matter what, the left's going to look at it political. The right's looking at it political. Shadowgate is the difference. The arrest of an American journalist for whatever reason. I'm saying there's a lot of stuff that tells me that makes me think that it was connected to the arrest of Millie Weaver. Potentially. And if anybody is sitting here listening to me and has at any time in their life seen a couple things that are really big coincidences and said to themselves, well, you know, that's like too much of a coincidence. I need to know what happened. Well, we have the chance of knowing what happened. We have the chance of getting those documents in a way that should have never existed, but for a crazy billionaire buying a company and saying, fuck everyone who made me buy this company for $35 billion more than I was kind of joking around for. I think he had like a 420 number in there at some point. Jesus, dude, I like weed too. But sometimes we just need to step back and say, hey, work that one out. Maybe ask him, phone a friend, right? Nah, he seems pissed. And he seems pissed. But that could work. That could work in our factor. She's keeping on the siege. Reach out for some market exposure help. Yeah, I'm trying my best, man. If you can help out, that's where I'm going to be, in front of Twitter on Monday. Well, okay, just going to throw it out there. Did it blow away? Did San Francisco blow away? Could have. They had like washed away or something. We'll have to get that all worked out. I haven't been following it entirely But I think it's like Thomas Schoenberger or somebody sent me a message. They're like, he's like, well, you know, the place is under a hurricane or something. I'm like, oh, they're just whining. And then I look at it later going, holy Jesus, yeah, they got some fucking weather there. So hopefully everything will be okay. Flying into that pit of despair known as San Francisco. And I'm like, dear God, we got to get Scott Bennett out of there, right? We got to get Scott Bennett out of there. I think he's going to go nuts. It's not healthy for my friend to be in that close of proximity to just so much culture. And on that note, we're going to leave with this beautiful, beautiful thing again that just popped up because it happened 13 years ago on this day. Just like 2 years ago on this day, I was front stage to Trump and Giuliani and in D.C. and watching around me our country fall apart, being so sad personally that I wasn't able to get this information out and stop it. I tried. I still say to this day, had Sidney Powell called out Ali Akbar, a.k.a. Alexander, like I warned her to on December 3rd, things might have turned out differently. If Matt Gaetz, if we're going there, if wishes were fishes, my tank would be full, as my grandma would say, God bless her soul. But if that was the case, Matt Gaetz could have changed everything in 2019, January 3rd or 2nd, 2019. He could have changed everything by doing what he swore an oath to do. Now, if Scott Bennett has anything to do with it, there's another little U.S. code called 18 U.S.C. misprision of treason, whatever the fuck number that is. When you swear an oath to your country and you're aware of treason and you don't report it in a proper manner, then you are potentially subject to being found guilty for misprision of treason, which is like up to 10 years in prison, and you'll never be able to run for office again. And if it gets like treason, then you could be like freaking executed. So it's a pretty significant thing. Interesting to see what happens there. We need this information. You know, could be completely, everything's just all of these fucking things with Matt Gaetz. No. Maybe it could be a coincidence. No. He ran from me when I came to him about Millie Weaver. She would either still in jail or just getting let out of jail. He didn't know what was going on. And she wouldn't have, I would argue, had he done something, she would have never even need to have done Shadowgate. I would have never needed to file the key tam. None of this shit would have ever had to have happened. And my life wouldn't be fucking destroyed right now if just somebody would have done their fucking job. Like I was trying to and still try to do mine. So when y'all decide to just start throwing shit out there at me, could you just kind of maybe please just sit back and say, man, maybe we should give Bergy a little bit of break and say, he's just trying to do his job. Right? And you can actually verify that in a lot of ways. And no, I'm not still getting paid for it. But my VA disability does allow me at least most of my expenses covered. And it's something that I still find honorable. There's a reason I'm here. I am a molecule, as much of a molecule as Patrick Byrne said I was. I need other molecules to come join me in San Francisco. We'll bond together and create a really cool element. And on that note, if you do decide to just keep like calling me out and shit for being wrong, you might just end up eating your shoe. Good night, everyone, and God bless.
What you got there, Joel? What you got?
I got a shoe that I have to eat.
Did you notice the writing on that shoe?
Yes, it says NFS.
Look at that. NFS.
You with your,
That's a rather big shoe.
You with your fancy 3GS video capability.
Nice.
All I can do is take pictures with my little 3G.
Oh, you're so jealous. Stop.
Any gum on it, Al, or dog do with grass?
If he,
It's got shoelaces even.
It's got shoelaces, but other than that, I don't think there's any dung on the bottom. That's the next shoe.
Look
We'll
at the
upgrade.
stitching. How did she do the stitching like that? It looks stitched and everything.
So you like it, Joel?
Your wife needs to go into some kind of business.
And we're only really here because thus far you've been right.